Hello, good morning, everyone. We will start in a couple of minutes, so you can slowly take your seat. My name is Zaneveye, and I am a Bachelor Program Director here at RISEBA, Faculty of Architecture and Design. I'm honored to open this second International RIXARCH conference organized by us, by RISEBA. And here at the Faculty of Architecture and Design, we strive to develop and influence architects and architecture industry by directly educating students and providing a productive environment for scientific research. Now I'm going to briefly explain a couple of practical information about today's program. So the conference is happening for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Today's first part will be dedicated to keynote lectures, and these will be moderated. After lunch break, there will be white paper sessions, which will be held in the second floor auditoriums. And later afternoon, we meet here again for a closing panel discussion. Tomorrow's program includes a guided Riga Old Town tour, Latvia National Library tour, and Asra Zarina exhibition visit, with a closing event and certificate distribution. I wish you a pleasant and inspirational time here at the RIXARCH conference. And now I will invite to stage welcoming remarks. Vice Rector of Research and Development of RISEBA University, Valters Kaže, please.
Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I dare to say esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, well, I'm representing business because RISEBA University of Applied Sciences is a place where business meets art. And you, dear guests, participants of the conference, you are on both sides of this river. You're building the bridge which connects the business and arts by investing your efforts, your creativity, your abilities to develop a sustainable future for the society and business as a part of that. Our conference aims to serve as a crucible for innovative ideas. It's not just about architecture, engineering, and the design, which has come together here at RISEBA facilities today and tomorrow. This is about building for future. This is about sustainability. This is about the protection, preservation of the cultural heritage we had built in the past. This is about renovation, rebuilding. This is about creating something that will leave a sustainable footprint in our societies for years, decades, and I may hope also for centuries here. And that's why I believe that this is just something more than a professional gathering. It is an opportunity to influence the future of cities, towns, societies, not just here in Latvia, but all around the world. So I'm happy to see you at the forefront of this movement. And I would encourage you to exchange your ideas, to engage deeply in the sessions with your peers over those 2 days, generate new ideas, build partnerships that extend beyond the confines of this event. I believe that this is an opportunity for us to share, to create, to enrich ourselves, our companies, our societies. And I'm very happy that this opportunity has become already a tradition. So for the second year, we're holding the conference, and I see that it has become a kind of event that brings together more and more people. It is appreciated. It's highly evaluated by both professional fields, the architecture and the business. Therefore, I would like to believe that this is just a start for us, and we'll meet each and every year here in Riga to build something new. And in this regard, I would love to express my gratitude also to all the people who had invested their efforts, their time in making this event happen. So thank you, and let us advance together towards a more sustainable and resilient future by exchanging and generating new ideas.
Now, I'm invited to the stage Jānis Dripe, former Minister of Culture and former Dean of RISEBA Faculty of Architecture and Design. Please, Jānis.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, students, dear colleagues, friends. Thomas Main, in his Pritzker Prize acceptance speech, said, "Architecture is a way of seeing, thinking, questioning our world and our place in it." It's what we are going to do today, tomorrow, and probably for the whole life. I'm so happy to see many good friends and partners, long-term partners of RISEBA University. One of Europe's greenest architects, Dirk-Jan Postel from Netherlands, or Norwegian architect Olvig, who has a particular interest about the Italian hill town Colletta di Castelbianco. I'm happy to see the representatives from Chivita Institute from Italy, because we all know that somehow Asra Zarina and Gunnar Birkers discovered Chivita, but Chivita is not more the blind spot for the architecture students of RISEBA. And I'm particularly proud about Jana Jakobson. She's representing newly born UNESCO site in Latvia, Kuldiga. And then Susan Brorson connecting in some way Latvia, Germany, and Italy. So, and of course, you are all most welcome to visit the National Library tomorrow to explore the Stephen Hall's exhibition about Asra Zarina, particular teacher in Rome, and of course to visit the National Library, created by one of the greatest today's modernist, Gunnar Birkers. I do hope that the next RIXARCH conference will be devoted to the architectural legacy of Gunnar Birkers. So, Efe, Dainis, Zane, Dina, Anna, you did a great job. So, congratulations. I do hope that we will enjoy this conference. So, enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jānis, for a beautiful introduction. Now I invite to stage Linda Leitone, Chairperson of the Board, Latvian Association of Architects. Please.
Good morning. Dear all, I have prepared a small speech and I would like to share a few thoughts about it. So it's a real privilege for me to stand before you today to celebrate architectural excellence. For a century, the members of the Association of Architecture in Latvia has shaped our built environment, fostered innovation and celebrating the resilience, creativity, and passion for architecture. As I reflect on this journey, it's essential to acknowledge the blind spots in our history also. The experiences of Latvian architecture, architects during the World War II and their subsequent exile represent such blind spots. Despite the challenges they faced, these architects preserved their passion and dedication to their craft. They carried a deep love for the homeland, holding on to cherished memories of Latvia like precious treasures. Yet, their stories have sometimes been sidelined in our collective memory. It was in the late 80s when the wind of changes swept across Eastern Europe, and these architects, like previously mentioned Gunnar Birkers, Andres Oza, and Asra Zarina, returned to their childhood country. Their return was not only physical, but spiritual, poetic, and emotional, reconnecting with our roots and infusing Latvia with a unique perspective and experience from abroad. Today we also honor the collaborative spirit that defines our architectural community through joint event organization with RISEBA faculty, Association of Architects, and many more involved. We foster dialogue, we share knowledge, and forge partnerships that transcend borders. The previously mentioned ongoing exhibition honoring architect Asra Zarina and her esteemed students, including Stephen Hall, exemplifies the spirit of collaboration. Their groundbreaking contribution to architecture have not only inspired us, but have also pushed the boundaries of creativity and innovation, leaving a mark in our profession. So I'm here to express my deepest gratitude to conference organizers and for their dedication and tireless efforts in bringing us together today. And I also express my deepest gratitude to all the participants who have joined us from near and far, also in Zoom. Your presence enriches discussion and reaffirms commitment to advancing the art and science of architecture, both in Latvia and beyond. And as we look to the future, let us draw strength from the past, honoring the legacy of those who came before us. Let us shine a light on these blind spots, acknowledge them and learn from them. Together, we can continue to shape the environment that reflects our values, aspirations, and collective dreams for generations to come. So, thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And now for the final opening speech, I invite Rudolf Dennis Schmitz, architect and dean of RISEBA Faculty of Architecture and Design. Please.
Wonderful. It's wonderful. It's great to be here today. Today's a celebration, actually, of a huge effort put together by many people involved to make today happen. So I want everybody to enjoy themselves and to actually receive that which we have prepared for you today by wonderful keynote speakers and also by the presentations that will be this afternoon. I am going to be presenting to you and sort of giving a sketch or a trailer of some of the keynote speakers, what they will be going into in detail. But what's really important here and what I wanted to emphasize was that we all have blind spots, and the whole idea, the whole purpose of this conference for us was to bring forward Asra Zarina, who has not been known to the Latvian professional architectural public. In some degree, she has been at certain times, but not at the level that she should be. And we use the word blind spot to sort of define that we have different sort of prejudices that keep us from seeing things. Obviously, a blind spot can be a biological problem where we cannot see something. We also have a social prejudice that keeps us from understanding something. Or simply, we don't, looking over our right-hand shoulder, we don't see who's driving next to us at its most basic definition. Now, my story, discovering a force in nature, everyone actually enjoys a good story, and I am no exception. And actually, what I'd like to present to you here is actually how this all started. How did we wind up doing this conference, and why did it happen? And so the story starts on July 10th, 2022. After an exhausting semester and extensive accreditation process, I was looking to relax. I couldn't find a decent movie to watch and decided on a YouTube lecture titled Stephen Hall, Architects Know Architecture. And to me, that seemed very intriguing that you could meet an architect and not actually talk about architecture. So intrigued by the title and listening on to Hall's story, I discovered that Asra Zarina was his teacher and the director of the University of Washington architecture program in Rome. Stephen Hall was her first student. So Stephen Hall goes on to explain that he was one of the 6 students to attend the inaugural Rome program in 1970. Actually, the entire story may have remained undetected because I was actually misheard Stephen Hall's pronunciation of her name. So I rewound the video, and confirmed, to my surprise, that he was speaking about Asra Zarina. And now I was convinced that she was actually a Latvian. And he respectfully expressed that she had a major influence on his career as an architect. Usually it's the other way around. Stephen Hall may influence us, right, by his work, but she actually influenced him and set him into a specific way of thinking. So by good fortune, Asra Zarina, architect, preservationist, pedagogue, astonishingly that evening, Asra Zarina was introduced to me and soon set alight a group of emerging architects and students in Latvia, which you will be hearing about today. So, Blind Spot, Asra Zarina, the exhibit and the book, the Chivita Institute, and the Chivita Workshop, and flyover. So I will briefly sketch in some of these ideas. Now, I worked for Gunnar Birkits. I came to Latvia in 1992 and got involved with the Latvian National Library Project. And we had many discussions with Gunnar over the years about his activities, even about how he would enjoy his free time. In Italy, he sometimes sort of made jokingly, well, you Latvians travel all over the world to spend your vacations, but I'm pretty simple, I just go to Italy. But I didn't realize that his collaboration with Asra Zarina also was directly connected to Italy. At Chivita, Asra actually convinced Gunnar Birkits to invest in a derelict building and became a restored villa by Asra Zarina's assistance in restoring this project. Going forward, so here's an image of the video that I mentioned to you earlier about Stephen Hall. And Asra Zarina specifically was involved with several different directions. Initially, she was educated was in the direction of a modernist architect, and actually spent quite a bit of time in the U.S. and in Germany. And actually, both Stephen Hall, Stephen Hall mentions Asra Zarina's interests, or you could say 7 different directions that she was interested in. And while I was watching this video, Stephen Hall mentioned that if you want to be an architect, you need to learn how to cook. This uncustomary requirement challenged Stephen Hall, one of the 7 principles attributed to Asra Zarina. And Asra Zarina's life work as an architect and influencer was truly a blind spot to me. And so after having this wonderful experience, or this, you could say, wonderful revelation, I realized that we need to bring Asra Zarina's legacy to Latvia. Asra Zarina was involved with 2 programs. One program was to establish the University of Washington's architecture program in Rome. And the second program that ran concurrently was her Chivita Hilltown project, which later actually became the Chivita Institute, and we will be hearing in detail about that from Nancy Josephson, who is actually the president of the Chivita Institute, and she is here with us today. Here are some images of actually Chivita, and on the left-hand side, original black and white picture before the new bridge was built, Chivita as it looks today in the center, and then also some black and white images of some of the earlier spaces that were being remodeled and repurposed. Going forward then, now regarding the exhibit and the book. Well, the exhibit you will be experiencing tomorrow as part of the conference event. And the book has to do with Asra Zarina's collaborative project which was published in 1976. And at the same time, or similar to the time with the Chivita Hilltown program. And the title of this book is Tetti di Roma, or respectively, The Rooftops of Rome. And this project was done in collaboration with Baltasar Korab, who's a very famous photographer. He also worked for Corbusier. And I even remember from my academic years, a lot of our professors were using actually pictures that were taken by Baltasar Korab. Now, in 2019, you see here images of the exhibit which has now been brought here to Latvia. This exhibit was organized by T-Space, which is an organization that is directly involved with Stephen Hall Foundation that organizes residencies for architects and artists, as well as organizes exhibits. And this is the image of I Tetti di Roma. And after my introduction to Asra Zarina through Stephen Hall, I sort of took this challenge. You know, there's this term called cold calling in marketing, where you just pick up the phone and call somebody and try to sell them something. Well, after this meeting, I went to Stephen Hall's, after the lecture, I got a hold of Stephen Hall's email from their website and actually contacted T-Space and asked them if we could get involved with the publication of Tetti di Roma, and also could we actually bring the exhibit to Latvia. Which after about a week, we got a fantastic email, and they thought that this was a great idea. And I would also like to thank here the Ministry of Culture, where we applied for funds to help digitize the negatives for this book. And so when Stephen Hall Foundation received funds from Latvia to support the publication of this book, we had a wonderful start of a relationship to actually then proceed with bringing the exhibit forward, as well as coordinating to get this book first into English, but we are also pushing that after that it will be in Latvian. So this is T-Space. This is the T-Space team. Marissa was here about a month ago when we opened up the exhibit, and Stephen Hall did a wonderful lecture, and Marissa was the moderator for the Q&A session. So going forward, here now I want to discuss briefly the Chivita Institute. This is an image that was drawn by Asra Zarina of the hilltop village, where she had basically fallen in love with the restoration of this hilltop village. I believe there was only a handful of people still living there at that time, in the 60s, when she had had this vision to actually, through a special incident, wound up buying one of the buildings there, and then which was sort of the seed project in the restoration of, to start the restoration of this village. The village town is about an hour and a half north of Rome, and about 10 kilometers of Bolsana Lake, as you can see here in the center of this map. Regarding this story about discovering Chivita, I Googled in the internet Asra Zarina and found a sentence, Asra Zarina assisting Gunnar Birkits in the restoration of his villa, and realized that this was a website to actually rent the villa in Chivita. And so I wanted to respond quickly, and it was my wife's birthday, and in about a month, and we decided to actually book the villa. We got a hold of Hedis Futter, which is the wife of Gunnar Birkits' daughter, and we booked and we went to Chivita. What was really wonderful, a wonderful discovery, is that on that specific weekend, actually Nancy Josephson and Stephen Day, who are with us here today, were doing a seminar as part of the Chivita program. And that Saturday morning, I joined them for a couple of hours and introduced myself. That was from Latvia, and also threw out the idea that possibly be nice to start some sort of collaboration. Well, that idea actually became a reality because we're actually here today because of these brief little discussions that turned into a wonderful, wonderful project. And really happy to have Nancy and Stefan Day here with us today. Here are a couple of images of the Chivita Institute organizes post-education programs as well as residencies for architects and artists. And here are just some images of some of the artists and resident work over the years at the Chivita Institute. And one thing that really particularly spoke to me, and also where we discovered where our team of RISEBA students that went in November to Chivita, I discovered this wonderful project where color was actually uncoded for each particular hilltop village, meaning that there was a DNA in color of any particular place, which fascinated me. And what fascinated me even more, I'm an architect, but I also paint. And the names of these places like sienna or umber or burnt umber, if you paint, you know that these are the names of pigments. And the name of these villages are directly related to this part of Italy. So this is the color pass for Chivita. This color pass wasn't invented. This color pass is indigenous to the location. What you see here is sienna, the color sienna. This is indigenous to the village. It's not a color that has been placed on the place, but the color that comes out of the place. And you'll be hearing more about that today. So, regarding the workshop, another thing that I also encourage people to do is, the worst thing that can happen to you if you ask somebody something is that they can say no. But if they say yes, it's a huge opportunity for a project to evolve. And in meeting Nancy and Stefan, I asked them the question, would it be possible, even though you have a postgraduate or post-professional programs, would it be possible to bring students from Latvia with tutors to the Institute? This may have been a little bit out of protocol, but I felt that the connection of Asra Zarina to Latvia and reconnecting Latvia with the Institute and Astra's legacy is that we really need to do this, because this could help regenerate the connection and also the activities at the Institute. So we received permission, and actually I understand that it was a board's decision of the Chivita Institute to allow us to proceed with this project. So in November 15th to the 20th of November in 2023, 21 students and tutors, including the architects team, which is established for the promotion of architectural ideas and their discourse, organized this event. And as you can see here, this is a beautiful place, absolutely fantastic place. The mornings here are like no other morning that I have experienced at any other place. It's like a dream, being in the clouds and watching these beautiful landscape emerge underneath the sun. And as you can see here, some beautiful images. And here's the first team from Latvia that went to Chivita. And one of the things that is really important that we discovered is that Asra Zarina, yes, she's an architect, yes, she was a pedagogue, but she was actually an early pioneering urbanist, because the ideas that she was promoting and how to integrate society and people and families with place are all part of her, you could say, doctrine for architecture or space and place making. And one of those, which I mentioned earlier, is actually the fellowship and the importance of food. Here are just some images from Chivita, some of the things that were left out for us to look at from the archive and to photograph and to enjoy. And one of our program was set up in a very simple way. I was inspired by three words that were sort of a methodology that was mentioned in a text that I was reading about Asra Zarina, and that had to do with organizing the ability for someone to gain competency or understanding. You first start with knowledge, then you start with, the next step is action, and then the third step is reflecting. So we took those three words, and the first one became input talks, the second became plein air sessions, going out and painting and sketching and observing the community, and then coming back in the afternoon and showing and telling what you have discovered. So our days at Chivita were based on these three steps. But what was very important was that every morning, rather than running off to cafes, we had breakfast and coffee in Chivita, and we were wonderfully supported and wonderfully organized for us to enjoy this. And of course, we got to travel. We did one day trip to Orvieto, but the rest of the time, we were in Chivita experiencing that to its fullest. And here are just some images from our travels. And as you can see here, what was really marvelous is that we were actually, the 21 of us, in the morning sessions, were actually in Asra Zarina's studio. These are her personal library, a fantastic set of books that we had discovered. As Jonas Buchel one morning almost choked on his coffee when he opened up a book signed by Jane Jacobs, Life and Death of the City, right? And it was quite marvelous. And there was other wonderful discoveries, personal gifts from Colin Rowe to Asra Zarina, who came here and actually visited and spent time with her. So it's really, it's a wonderful legacy that we are trying to take the dust off of and let it shine here. And also our chief chef, to close the event, Jonas Buchel, asked all of us to write one ingredient on a piece of paper. All of those ingredient elements were collected, and from that he created a recipe. And so we had a wonderful closing dinner, which was created. And again, this was all part of the process. It was a wonderful opportunity to understand architecture, people, and place. And why I say that, because Asra Zarina believed that the city is a continuations of various overlapping spaces. As you go through the street or into a plaza or through the foyer or into a courtyard or up the stairs, up onto the roof, discovering a terrace, not only a fifth facade, but a fifth location within the city, which was one of her primary and reasons for the book that she had published, discovering and showing this whole wonderful culture at the roof terraces of Rome. And as you can see, nobody is very sad here, right? No one's really so depressed to be in class. Yeah. And of course, food, color, and texture are a wonderful representation also of a specific place. And this is one of the things that interested me that I want to follow up on, is how food and how it's created and how it's presented also emerges from a specific location, that it is not something that is put on or plugged in, but it's something that grows out of and is directly related to the context where that food is being presented. And so here we have this silhouette here of Asra Zarina, and I just want to have a concluding statement here that I would like to state. But before I do that, just to summarize the workshop. So there was 21 participants, faculty, architects, students, spent 5 immersive days in Chivita learning how to see, observing through drawing, painting, writing, urban mapping, and cooking. The days were structured based on Zarina's tripartite teaching methodology, giving knowledge, taking action, and making reflection, which were redacted to input talks, afternoon plenary sessions of Chivita Bagnayerio and the surrounding landscape, and closing with a show and tell sessions before dinner. Now I stress that and repeat that because I think it's something really to remember, to take away, and to use and facilitate, because it's a very simple approach. Daily observations were made through sketching, painting, photography, journaling, poetry, smelling, and the urban and spatial mapping by various means. Eating and cooking together was essential to our experience together. Each of us discovered and imagined Chivita in our own way. We were changed, our eyes were opened, each one of us contributing to what we saw and experienced. So, RIXARCH 2024 Blind Spot Conference program has included the output of this workshop as part of Asra Zarina's Rome and the Teacher exhibit at the Latvian National Library, which included opening lecture by Stephen Hall and questions and answer sessions moderated by Stephen Hall, Architects Communications Director Marisa Espe. And so I am promising you there will be a video, a 4-minute flyover with a drone of Chivita. We will be showing that at the end of the morning session, but I want Nancy and Jana to speak first. Obviously, Ola will be talking about Coletta. Why Coletta? We felt it would be really nice to connect 2 different places by 2 different architects that had 2 different visions about restoring villages. And so this exhibit, we will be looking at this tomorrow. So please, if you are interested in the exhibit and a tour, please be at the library at 12 o'clock. And again, Architecture is involved with the RISEBA Faculty of Architecture in the promotion of architectural ideas and bringing these hidden things to the surface and promoting architectural discourse in Latvia. So thank you very much.
Dear guests, organizers, students, now let's get to work. I'm Dina Suhano. I will be introducing our next keynote speaker. I'm researcher and project manager currently in Art Academy of Latvia, but I was very much involved and I have truly fantastic memories being also part of RISEBA University community. What a fantastic introduction it was, and what an amazing program you have put together. So it is my honor to introduce today's first keynote speaker. Norwegian architect Ole Vig is a founding partner and architectural director of Studio NSW and has extensive experience in architecture, urban design, and planning. In his professional career, Ole Vig has been responsible for a wide range of small and complex building projects, conversions, interiors, also jewelry design and restorations, including the Royal Palace and National Parliament of Oslo. Ole holds a master's degree from Harvard University and a bachelor's degree from the University of Manchester. After studies, he worked internationally as an architect for 8 years. His professional activities include successfully leading architectural competition teams. He has served on several national and international juries. He is also an active writer on architecture and urbanism. He is a frequent speaker at conferences, and he has been a lecturer and external examiner at several schools of architecture, including RISEBA University as well. Additionally, I would like to mention that Ole Vig is a former president of the National Association of Norwegian Architects. He's a member of National Association of Norwegian Architects, the Royal Institute of British Architects, and a fellow of the Royal Incorporation of Architects in Scotland. Today, in the opening keynote lecture, Ole Vig will talk about how to tackle future challenges in Italian medieval challenges using a very particular case study, Colletta di Castelbianco, village in Italy, where he has been a property owner, president of Consiglio, and also village architect. While you are listening to the lecture, please think about questions, as we will have brief Q&A session directly after the lecture. So, welcome, Ole Vig. The floor is yours.
Well, I'm very pleased to be here again. Having been external examiner at this excellent school of architecture, it's wonderful to be back in Riga. But I would like to start by saying that as an architect, I'm very proud to be an architect. Why? That's because architects and designers are probably the most privileged professions. If you look at lawyers, doctors, accountants, they have to be registered in different countries. We can allow ourselves to move around the world and get a job wherever we want. Like in our office in Oslo, I think we got people from 6, 7 nations, and they work together like a good cooperative effort. Now, before I start showing this slide, I was thinking about, the privilege we have as architects moving around. We learned about Asra Zarina, who came from Latvia, went to Seattle, had a stopover in Boston at MIT, and then she discovered Italy, a wonderful village, and she started school of architecture in Italy. So there we go from Latvia to America and to Italy. And this is kind of possible because as architects and designers, we can move around. I would like to tell you also why I ended up in Italy in a different setting than she did. But the reason is simply this. We won a competition in Edinburgh in Scotland, and I went across to Edinburgh to receive the first prize, and he was on the jury. It was a very famous, very clever Italian architect called Giancarlo Di Carlo. And I said to him that my wife is also an architect, we're going to Italy in the summer. Can you recommend an interesting place we can look at? He said, yes, absolutely. I'm involved in restoring an abandoned village, not just north of Rome, but in Liguria, Then you should go and see that. It's interesting. It was completely abandoned, but I'm hired as the architect to restore it. So we went there, and we looked at it, and we were fascinated. And I remember phoning De Carlo, and I said to him, this is now a lot of construction work going on. Will it be a spooky place, or is it a place or could we possibly buy, do you think we should buy a small unit? And he said, if I were you, I would buy it. Now that is 25 years ago, I've been there ever since. And I've been the village architect for, I think, 16 or 17 years. Took over after De Carlo, so I know the place well. So now I'm going to show you an interesting place in northern Italy. And just to show you exactly where it is, on the map, you'll see the Colletta di Castelbianco, that's the name of it. And then you see Genova. And on to the southwest, you see Monaco, or Nice, it's just there. So it's roughly halfway between the French border and Genova. And it's only 20 minutes up from Mediterranean Sea. Here's a little video, not as big as the other one, but just show you that the village is then situated on the ridge or the valley on either side. So you never get any flooding there. Now this is what the village is today, and then I can give you a little bit of a background. Now, maybe it's easy with my glasses on. I was saying that, life in villages such as Castelbianco cannot carry on without change, physical as much as in function and contents. In this case, study then focuses on how built form and urban adjustment will and should play an important role in tackling these changes. So nothing just haphazard, everything planned. Also, to what extent is possible and advisable to make new and contemporary insertions into the fabric, as well as extending the existing urban structures without losing character and qualities. Now, De Carlo, he was very interested in that, and he designed a new amphitheater, he designed a nice swimming pool in between the walls, and some other small units. But that was, I think everybody feels they fit in very well. And common to such settlements, I'm saying, is the abundance of vacated houses that could be put into some good use, separate or jointly, and thereby also becoming economic catalysts for change. Now, the developer who bought this abandoned village, a group of people, they were concerned about this. Now here you can see, in fact, the map of the village as it was a bit later on, in fact, when they started. But you can see all the small plots of lands. So people lived there, they had their own little plot of land. So what the developer had to do, he had to buy almost all of these in order to get the job started. Now this is a picture I've been given by somebody locally. It was people who lived there before it was abandoned. It was abandoned in the 20th century, and the village is actually started in the 13th century. So this is what it was living there, and here you can see some pictures taken before the restoration work started. It's all then, most of the structures are there, but obviously it's not been attended to for a long time. And here, for instance, this staircase has been then restored and improved the art also. And here, looking down into the village. In fact, another thing I should mention, which is Italy has got so many wonderful medieval villages. Asra Zarina discovered one. I wouldn't say I discovered it, but I've been associated with it. But there are so many, and there are so many also that need attention. And I think that Italy has got more projects or places on the UNESCO list than any other country in the world. So they've got quite a tall order, as it says. But it's, anyway, this was actually what they look like, and a lot of other villages are fairly similar. Here you can see staircase in the left-hand one being restored. And then more about the abandoned village. First of all, I'm saying that Colletta di Castelbianco was developed, as I said, in the 13th century, and it was abandoned in the 19th century, when the link between the Mediterranean and the Piedmontese hinterland became obsolete. It was like a stopping point. Throughout the centuries, the dwellers survived mainly through agriculture, which provided sufficient livelihood for continued existence. And that was mainly, in fact, cherry and olives. That was the main thing, but always a lot of herbs as well. As time changed and agriculture becoming more mechanized and rationalized, the livelihood of the traditional village life was being threatened. And the village rests on the ridge above the valleys on either side, and such is always on the sunny side of the ridge. So there are some qualities, but if there wasn't sufficient agriculture to pay for the living, then they felt to move out. But I discovered that it is fantastic how the sun penetrates all parts of the village, the way it was planned. And you find shade where you need it. Like here, the incredible location lets the sun penetrate the Carucci. Carucci is, the narrow lanes in the local language. And the Chiasette, it was a piazza in Italian, small squares all day. But then, although the need for sun shading is greater in Italy than in Northern Europe, clever medieval planning resulted in wonderful sun areas and meeting places throughout the village, always at a short distance to the welcoming shade. Now, this is something which I really discover every time I'm there. Now, here you can see the village sitting on the ridge, and it's fully restored. The building let's see if I can manage to point at this one. Here is a church right at the top. And wait a minute, let's see if I can go back there. Here we are. In fact, I've been running courses for architecture students there for a few years, and from different European schools of architecture. And that has all to do with how to bring life back into abandoned medieval villages. And one of the greatest challenges that we have is how to get there. Because normally they're situated on the hilltops, on the ridges, and normally you are down below and you need to get up there, how to ascend. And that is really the greatest problem. But here at Colletta, as you notice, you can see the church I point out to the right. That is, in fact, it's a main access road. So when you enter here, you descend into the village. It's wonderful. So you don't have to think about how to get up there. You actually descend in a very casual way. You can see from the other side the way it's all restored. And here's some details. And also notice all the greenery. I'll come back to that. Now, this is an interesting map. This map shows the development of the village from the 13th century. And the dark is a bit difficult to read, but you have different centuries in the top and the right-hand corner. And if you look at the darkest spot, right in the middle, that is the very first building, and it's still intact from the 13th century. And then it developed over the centuries. And notice also how the medieval planning is obviously related to the contours and the landscape, to the topography, but in medieval times they were very relaxed about the lines. They're not like in Roman times where it's straight lines. So here you kind of follow it in a very, casual way, and you end up with beautiful squares. In here, like I'm talking about, the lighting, always coming in, penetrating, coming in. It's almost always like the element of surprise when you move around here. Like here, fantastic medieval bridge. At the bottom, there's a little river there, and then, of course, it's also elegance also about this part of the town. Now, then I'm moving on to actually the restoring and the redevelopment development of Colletta. Now, it's one, as I'm saying, one of the few medieval villages, perhaps if the only one to have survived the passage of time intact. Now, this is not my word, somebody told me this. There are no trace of buildings from later centuries anywhere in the village, almost as if it were an ideal model created by a philologist. Wandering around the maze of lanes, alleys, and steps and terraces which surrounds the village like a cobweb, one can see the legacy of long-forgotten civilizations. You're being reminded of it all the time. This has transformed the uninhabited hamlet into a model for third millennium living. And I'll come back to that, because if you're thinking about medieval places, they are a bit old-fashioned, difficult to use it for modern living, but this is an excellent example
That is, the way the cell structure is building, we'll come back to that, it in fact becomes even more appropriate, more relevant now, several centuries later. So the transformation exercise is very interesting. Now, the developers of the refurbishment made at the outset 3 important decisions. Now, they thought this was a fascinating, beautiful place. They had to buy lots of small plots of land, I showed you, but they made 3 very important decisions at the outset. The first one was they hired an architect of significance, in other words, Giancarlo Di Carlo, and he was given the task of bringing the village back to life. That was general task. The next one was they brought a broadband cable up to the village, becoming the first, what they call the medieval Borgo Telematico in the world. So, in fact, 30 years ago, they brought the broadband cable. So from then, people have internet access from every unit, which is very unusual. And the third thing they did, the new amphitheater, designed by Di Carlo, became the venue for concerts and other cultural events, attracting television companies and other press to the village, giving great publicity, in fact, around the world. So it became quite a famous place. 3 very clever decisions. Now here you see the amphitheater, designed by Di Carlo, and here we had very different, it could be a theater, concerts, whatever, and in the summer they had a cinema for kids, etc. Now, I'm going to show you some examples of before and after. Now, if you look at these pictures, on the left, that's what it was before they started. And as you see, the arch is still there, and they completed that. Slightly different angle the photography is taken, but that's how it is. And here, also, you see, before and after. Well, part of the wall, the roof had collapsed, and then they had to rebuild that, but the staircase is intact, and the main walls are intact. And here, also quite a lovely little house at the end. But that was kind of hampered with, so something had to be done a bit more, but it's ending up in a very nice place. Then I'll tell you about what the most fascinating thing about the village is the cell structure. And I call it the medieval cell structure for the future. Very unusual. Because each cell, you got made of different cells. Each cell merges into those around it, on all sides, horizontally, vertically, obliquely, sloping down and climbing up. Small cell structures make up the houses. You soon see some pictures of it. And the way the cells are grouped in clusters suggests some crustacean organism, like, like if you like lobster shell, which have grown slowly, adapting itself to the support on which it has settled. Now, what does not vary, or varies very little, is the size of each cell, due to the coherence between the features of the space and the technology used to define it. Such correspondence between open and closed, voids and solids, seem lost to architecture. And now talking about why the cells are not bigger than they are. And the main reason was that they didn't know how to span a greater distance. So it's either like a barrel vault or like a Romanesque cross vault. The cross vault, most in barrel vaults, and they knew how to do that. And if they were bigger, then it collapsed, so they stuck to the cell structure the way it was. And the result is that the homes have no boundaries. Apartments can be enlarged or contracted into each other. In fact, we had a neighbor who wanted to leave the village and ending up selling his house or his apartment to people on either side, and they just added extra room to that. It's very simple. The houses are receiving light from all directions. It's like the cell clusters face into terraces, which form the roof of the cell below, which was used as drying floors for farm produce. So in fact, most of the roofs are flat because they use it for drying. And also it's interesting that I think this was Di Carlo's idea, that although it was quite obvious, he said that every living unit should have access to either a terrace or a garden. So everyone has an outdoor space. And that was made possible also due to the topography. And here you can see, on the left-hand side is the roof plan of the city. You see the roofs. On the right-hand side, you can see the cells, the cellular structure. Very unusual. The whole village is made up like that. And here, maybe not so sharp, but you can see at them, these are different sections taken through the ridge. Like the top one is further up. You can see then there are not too many, and you're moving in rough number 2 down. You can see lots of cells. and how it's built and how it's also related to the ridge. And another great advantage of building onto a ridge is that a lot of these cells will actually meet the rocks. And I can tell you that where we live, it's in fact it's a new house. I'll come back to that in the village. It's built towards the rocks. It means that we never had air conditioning. Been there 25 years. We don't need it. It can be very hot because you get the cooling from the rocks. I mean, this to me also is something to be learned. Now here you have again, this is blown up, and here you can see the cells and how they relate to each other, and they're roughly all the same size. It's incredible. And this is also very fascinating in my view. Now, if you look at, see if I can manage to focus on that. Look at, it's probably easy without. If the left-hand side, you see the same plan, different configuration. On the right-hand side, you see the section, different configuration. And if you start on the bottom left-hand side, then you see you can enter like the unit, you see, here. And then the arrow shows that you can move into 3, 4 rooms. In the next one, you're in the one room. But at the top one, you can see it's actually entering into also 4 rooms. But then, if you look at the section starting at the bottom, you can see at the very bottom, you have like 3 rooms connected. The next one up, you're actually connecting is a 5 or 6 room. And at the top one is exactly the same section. You move into from the bottom, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories up. It's incredible. I mean, the flexibility in this kind of cell structure fascinates me a lot. Still does. Now, I just show you some examples of how houses have been using this cell structure. Now, this is one. I'm inside a house, looking out, and they have a terrace, like everybody has a terrace. And down a few steps down, you come into a kitchen. And here, that's the exact same house. And here you can see how you come from the entrance terrace, 3 steps down, and then you come into a kitchen there, and you're climbing a few steps up on the other side. So they actually connect, but you don't build the kitchen the same level as the outside. So in fact, this house here, this apartment has got, I think it's 5 levels. Here, this is the same one, it's the very top. And notice the barrel vault. Very simple. Here's another one. Also a barrel vault, as you can see, and here you got a few steps down into a terrace hitting the ground. And here's another one, also barrel vault, different unit. Now, I will mention the terraces, and here you can see the terrace of this one. You can reach it by the step down, but straight in from the house above. And here, this terrace is in fact connecting to 2 different doors, and a staircase going up to another terrace. So there is almost no end to the possibilities. And here, this is more normal at the end of the village. There's a beautiful garden outside this unit. And but again, as you can see, there is a window at the middle, which then you start moving further down. So it's all different levels. Here, somebody found a nice terrace on top of a house. Well, they're not going to tell, but there's one new house. The village is listed. We're not just protected, and there is one new house built in the village during the restoration, and I'm saying that it's a unique reconstruction medieval village, an outstanding innovation, or case of urban innovation. But there have also been a few contemporary interventions in the village. I mentioned the swimming pool, I mentioned the amphitheater, including one new house built on the site of a previous house. Our aim of this house, I must admit this is our house, was to let it be well integrated into the existing fabric, but also as a contemporary insertion into the village. So we didn't want it to be a great contrast. We didn't want just a copy. We wanted it to be an interpretation of what was there. And the reason why we actually could build this house is somebody pointed out to me that there used to be a house there. Otherwise, we would never be allowed to do it. And as I'm saying that, the village doesn't allow for any further new houses because it's listed. Now, this is a house under construction, and here it's finished. And the front house there, that's the house. And as you can see, It is an attempt to fitting into the village. When you first see it, you don't realize it's new. We can also climb up on the roof, and we actually got some grass on the roof and not growing vegetables anymore. And here you can see it now. You can see it's now taking on a bit more modern side, like even got a roof like that at the back. And here you can see it is both, well, the attempt that you have to judge it, but the attempt is to both fitting in and being of our time. Like here, like somebody is enjoying the reading on the top of the roof there. And also the difference between summer and winter, also very remarkable, and the fantastic landscape around. And this is the interior of the house, which is of different levels. It's not the house is only 50 square meters. But you've got two different levels, and it's, but this has got a barrel vault. I have to admit, it's the biggest barrel vault in the village. And the reason why that was possible, I've actually built on concrete, I have to admit. Now, Codice Genetico. Di Carlo, he did not like expressions like rules, reglamento. He didn't like that. He would like the Codice Genetico, which means genetic codes. You should have respect for what is there. And then, as I'm saying that, I've been village architect for 16 years, and I had the privilege of writing the Codice Genetico, because Di Carlo introduced the expression to me, but he didn't have the chance. He would have, by the way, he would have been 103 years old today, I think, if he had been alive. The purpose of the Codice Genetico is to ensure that future alteration to the village fabric and external spaces will respect and be carried out in harmony with its inherent qualities. And the code addresses the external appearance of the village and not individual choices of the house interior. It does not, obviously, people can do whatever they want to do inside. And the Codice takes the philosophy of Coletta, as defined by architect Di Carlo, as a point of departure in both his ideas and attitude towards the village and its surroundings, including the choice of plants. Please notice that plants, not just architecture, plants and building materials as well as colors, street and garden furnishings and other physical installations. Now, there are not to be mere restrictions. These are not mere restrictions, but positive guidelines for the upkeep and future change in the village. So it's not like pointing out the finger. It's more like trying to understand the quality and respect it. That is the purpose of it. Now, the purpose of Codice is also to provide a description of and registry of the main architectural, historical, and physical quality of Coletta, including the description of materials needed to ensure consistency and high quality of maintenance. And I'm saying also that another purpose of the Codice is to provide a basis for necessary action to arrest and reverse a general decline in the performance of Coletta building and surrounding structures. With great respect. In fact, now we're trying our best to get it on the UNESCO list. So then we have to show we have a proper Codice Genetico. And here, this is a Codice Genetico as I presented to the Assembly at the annual meeting in 2016, but it's kind of being updated all the time. And here, just to give you the very first page, it addresses, as you see, not only architecture, but also landscape, chestnut, people are picking olives, all this is for Di Carlo, the plant material. I heard that Asra Zarina was interested in cooking and the great meals, but Di Carlo, he was equally interested in it had to be the natural species being grown around there. You don't plant anything else. Like you can see here, the landscape is important. The trees to the left, of course, they are fairly new olive trees. And here, the way it's organized in the village square. And obviously, the Codice Genetico also is picking up how, the different windows, the different surrounds, all to be respected, and different colors, etc., materials also. When you come down, as explained, from the church, you are descending very carefully, casually down the village on these steps. We have had some visits, and I said there's no point for ladies to come with high heels. It doesn't really work here. And here another link going up, and then here you can see how the walls then also fitting into landscape topography, and these are olive trees, all of these. And here it's quite interesting. This is a picture from the swimming pool, and you can see the jasmine or the orange blossom. And there are lots of it. And when you're there in June, around Whit, then it's, the whole thing is fantastic smell of orange blossom, jasmine. But I'll tell you, I'll ask you, what is this? Now, this is not an orchid, but actually it is, believe it or not, it's a caper. And that is also to remind me about the Kylos interest in the nature. So this is actually, that grows, you know, around the village. Village life today, I'm coming towards the end now. And then I'm saying that Colleziani, as they call people live in Colletta, they're arriving mainly from Italy, but also from other parts of the world. And they could see a bright future in the village through happy encounters and lasting friendship in their Chicetta, the piazza, and in the bar, in the swimming pool, and the amphitheater. And I'll give you just a few examples in a minute. I was saying the former agriculture has inspired new inhabitants to nurture the old olive trees and cherry trees and other special local species. And also, in fact, there is an annual olive festival in the village. And also, there is, in fact, I've written a horticultural calendar showing that at least one fruit or vegetable is mature every month of the year. Now here, this is from the olive festival, people actually harvesting olives, as you can see. And here is the chestnut mature. And then here is the bar restaurant, which is a very central main little square. And this is now, no customers here today, but there, somebody holding a wedding. This is some local people having a wedding, and there was 40, 50 people around the bar. And so this little square is fantastic. It was intersected by 5 routes. You can be there by yourself, and you meet people all the time, or you can be 50 people. This was enjoyable. And here somebody had a fantastic dinner last year, and here more like a casual thing in the summer, in the bar, in the restaurant. Now this is in fact, when I was running courses in architecture for students, different European universities, and this one who's now teaching, he's a professor in Geneva, using the same square also for that. And here now, when you are coming down from the church, you see your friends and you go and meet them, etc. And here is then the pool, which is also very attractive. And then there's been a sculpture project in the village. And this is a gazelle, and this is even more intriguing. This is sheets of glass done by a South African artist. And then finally, this was obviously a great inspiration to do a Colletta book, which is written by 12 authors, as I said when we launched it, by 10 Italians, 1 foreigner, and 1 Norwegian. And this book is then carrying everything, the settlement from the beginning until a peek into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a great lecture. We have a couple of minutes to ask questions. And I was coming here, and day before yesterday, I think, while I was preparing for your lecture, for your speech, I actually borrowed this book from Dinis. So if you are truly interested, you can come by his office and you can have a look. But I wanted to start with maybe more generic question, trying to tie this conference's concept about blind spots with my intention to ask how come, with your kind of very extensive, rich experience as an architect, as a person, how come that there are still blind spots? not just we are finding abandoned structures, abandoned villages, but blind spots also in the understanding of things, maybe in legislation, in different things we encounter every day. How come?
It's a very difficult question, but let me attempt. First of all, having been an architect for a few years, I have had the privilege to work in different countries and different projects. But I must admit that I think every single day I discover something I like to explore. There's nothing boring. And being inspired by younger members of staff or clients who want something unusual. But obviously, Coletta was a real blind spot, but it turned to be something that I fall in love with. So now it's kind of conquered by me personally. Yeah. I don't think, I mean, there are so many blind spots to find. So I think it's, when you come across them, don't shove them under the carpet, you know, get involved, get engaged. And I think that as architects, we should also be more involved in the public debate, and we discover interesting things. And I feel there are unlimited number of blind spots you can get involved in. So just how many hours a day?
Yes, that could be a good suggestion. Don't be afraid of them, but encounter them and challenge them and explore them and dive into those difficult questions or new explorations. But what about cultural heritage? You are so deeply involved with it. If we think about what we saw in the lecture, how do you think? We often hear that cultural heritage is actually a burden, something which is very difficult to deal with, that you have so many difficulties in restoration, in living together with it, or as an owner, or also for the city is very difficult. How do you think? What could be your answer about that? Is it a burden, or you can live with it somehow?
I must admit, I'm always an optimist. I don't think anything is impossible. Yesterday I had a message from my office that there is an interesting project we've done which seemed to be stopped by the local planning authority. What do I do then? I then start talking to the politicians. I do it on Monday morning. You know, you don't give up. You just have to. I remember also a quite interesting story, a bit different scale, but I was working on the Royal Palace in Oslo for 14 years. And then there was a real discussion between the King and the Queen and the public authority, the state authority, and the state conservation officer. Great challenges, but my role, I felt, was more and more to not just to negotiate, but actually to kind of fight for the best solutions. And don't give in. That's my attitude always. Thank you.
Do we have questions from the audience? Zana will bring you the microphone. And we have one question there in the second row. Yes, Dirk-Jan Postel, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. And I was amazed by your analysis of it, thinking that in fact we lack in our present society, we lack scarcity, because in fact the limited availability of resources, of building materials, gave you that magic connection and the flexibility, in fact, of the village. But since we talk about blind spots, and since we know that the future of the countryside is very difficult for whole of Europe, in fact. I know now that I'm more Spanish-oriented, but I know that the meseta, the fields of middle Spain, are the less densely populated area, except Lapland, I think, in the whole of Europe. So a whole country, in fact, is being abandoned. So, and forgive me after this presentation that I may sound a little critical, but it's an honest question. If from this project we could distill or find any possible future for all this, because you're talking about the change of life. You're no longer having this small-scale agriculture, for instance. Although fortunately you do have your festivals. But is it possible for the countryside to survive not only on tourism, wealthy Norwegians or Dutch that bring their money in, or you know, is there a genuine future for such a large area? As it's the same in Greek, it's the same in well, parts of all of Europe. What is the future, especially for children and education, etc., for a fabric, a social fabric for the countryside?
Well, a good question. I can tell you that when we moved there, we got our place there, we felt obviously like foreigners. It's always intruding. But don't forget, it was completely abandoned. Nobody lived there. So we're looking for a new population. And we are getting it gradually. I think about between a third and a quarter of the people are living permanently. And they are, with one exception, all the Italians. And just for your information, we are the only Norwegian there. And we want to keep that ones out. We don't want to be a touristy place. And I'm so pleased that recently there have been some units sold from foreigner to Italian, and I applaud that. We don't want to live in the touristy place, we want to live in the Italian place. So we done, but also the Italian authority, in fact, they give money or a restoration of a village like this, but again, focusing mainly on the Italians. They can't say it has to be Italian, because you can't say that these days, but they're actually encouraging Italians to occupy, live in places like this. And they give money for restoration work, etc. So I share your view. I don't pick it up as a critical comment. I say it's a very positive comment. Thank you.
Maybe to continue this question, I wanted to ask, because this is also very well represented in the book, and also you showed it in the lecture, how important, in order not to be a stranger, not to be a tourist, not to be a newcomer, how important is to immerse in and to practice this everyday lifestyle, these traditions, and how important is to immerse yourself within the local community?
Well, obviously, I will never become Italian because I happen to be Norwegian. But when I'm in Italy, I think like an Italian, I behave like an Italian. For instance, I don't have a big breakfast, I have just a little one, because why do you have a small breakfast in Italy? That is to build up the appetite for lunch. I mean, all this I learned many years ago. But I must admit that I feel, obviously, the longer we are there, the more we are part of the local community. And nearly all our friends are Italian. And it was quite funny. I must tell you a story happened last summer, which I was quite proud of the answer. And I said to a lady who's running a restaurant on the road, and I said to her that it's troppo turistico, it's too many tourists here now. And she said, yes, she agreed. I didn't even lift eyelid, because she didn't consider me being a tourist anymore.
Yes, let's have last question.
Hello. Actually, the question asked before me is by gentleman that I try to ask about the local people, how they are responding to that. So usually what happened in my country, I'm from Turkey, academician and architect. So we have usually difficulty for the economical position of people. They cannot do themselves. But it's happened by the government or by some other sponsorship. They do only like some buildings, and usually they are getting to be a like cafe shop or a hotel or a cultural center, but people are living there usually not really affording to these. And then what happened? Actually, the place has to be gentrified afterwards. So just, I don't know if something happened in that example that you have been there, and how the economically supported this project. Thank you.
Well, it's, I think what I should have mentioned is that this village is called Colletta di Castelbianco, and the municipality, the comune, is called Castelbianco. And within Castelbianco, there are 4 villages. And this is the only one that was abandoned. And I must admit that in the beginning, I felt that some people living in the other villages around this one were a bit uncertain what was going on. Will this attract kind of fancy foreigners, or what will happen? They're a bit critical. There were the developer received some help from the government to answer you specifically. And then it helped to make it possible. Remember, they had to, the infrastructure had to be renewed, all pipes, ducts, everything. You know, down, I mentioned the broadband cable even. So a lot of money was put into that, and also sunk into the ground, so you shouldn't see it. A very complex exercise. We got some help from the government, but in relation to the other people who live in the other villages, in the beginning, we're quite, I wouldn't say critical, but skeptical. It's quite funny what's happened now is that the people running the bar/restaurant, they make their own wine, their own beer, etc., and they attract all the locals around. So actually now, if you want to book a table in the middle of the summer for lunch, you have to do it a few days in advance, because there's so many locals in the area who really identify so strongly with it, which I think is wonderful. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And to conclude, I borrowed another book, which is the quite rich, prolific monograph of your architecture firm, NSW. And you are an editor of the book as well. And I wanted to, referring to the contents and the themes you have been organizing this book, I wanted to ask a question. You have several themes: the community in the center, nature in the center, people in the center, building in the center, and so on. The question would be how to navigate in the professionally, how to keep all those components in the center, nature, people, community, how to actually not to leave anything, which all of those are so important, how not to leave something behind, something in the periphery. That would be my last question.
Okay, I can tell you that most architecture books are about the jobs people have done, the project they're most proud of. When I started on this book, I decided that I wanted to, as you said, divide into chapters or themes. And every theme, like, for instance, culture in the center, the one is interviewed, and all the themes start with an interview with a person who's significant to the theme. And like if you take the culture in the center, the one who's interviewed is an ex-minister of culture, Åse Kleveland, who I like to call the first and last minister of architecture in Norway, because she was so interested. And she's being interviewed, and then that chapter follows on the project we have done in relation to that theme. Like also, there's a guy being interviewed about nature in the center, and then we have projects that are related to nature more, because we are very lucky in Norway that we don't have great division between the design profession. So we offer everything from interior design to planning, everything in between, big and small, old and new. But I think I just mentioned just a final thing, that the last chapter in the book is probably the most fascinating, because then we ask young members of staff to have a talk about architecture in the future, both for architects and architecture. And there were 13 of them who expressed their views. And what the common denominator, in fact, was that architects are not taking sufficiently part in the public debate. This was the young people saying we should be more out there and say what is important to us in society. So I'm very grateful that this is what they ended up with.
Thank you, thank you. I think we are now having a brief coffee break, and then you are welcome back for the next keynote.
Dear guests, please return to your seats as we will continue. Okay, maybe we'll get started. So, dear guests, I'm very honored to announce our next keynote speaker, Nancy Josephson, who came all the way from Seattle to Asra Zarina's birthplace, Riga. I will quickly introduce myself. My name is Susan Brosen. I'm an architect and researcher based in Germany, and I had the opportunity to teach here at RISEBA some years ago as guest professor. I'm also currently Rome Prize Fellow at the German Academy Villa Massimo in Rome. Nancy Josephson is director of the Chivita Institute, the Northwest Institute for Architecture and Urban Studies in Italy. She considers the Chivita Institute an enduring legacy of Asra Zarina, with whom she studied architecture in Rome in the 80s, and subsequently became a teaching assistant. Until recently, Nancy's career as a practicing architect focused on the design, construction, and administration of award-winning public schools in the Pacific Northwest. Nancy joined the board of directors of the Chivita Institute in 2007 and was elected president in 2018. Before we will hear Nancy Josephson's keynote lecture, I would like to take the opportunity, and I promise I'll be quick, to remind of Asra Zarina's remarkable legacy as a young architect in Germany that certainly impacted on the direction of a later career both in the US and in Italy. At the age of only 16, Asra was admitted to the architecture program at KIT, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, to study under the modernist architect Egon Eiermann, when she also picked up fluent German. Some years later, after having been awarded the prestigious American Rome Prize in Architecture as the first woman, she was in fact also the only female architect chosen for the design team of one of the most important post-war social housing schemes in Berlin, called Märkisches Viertel. This was in the 60s, when Asra Zarina also set up her office in Rome. On the website worldarchitects.com it says, quote, "The charismatic Werner Düttmann, who was back then Senate Building Director of Berlin, probably met Asra Zarina on a ship passage across the Atlantic and invited her to contribute to the development of Märkisches Viertel, where almost 16,000 flats were to be built," end quote. I was not able to verify whether this is how Asra Zarina was commissioned for this prestigious project in Berlin, just by pure coincidence, in meeting the charismatic Werner Düttmann on a boat. Or could it maybe have been because she was actually an outstandingly talented and highly qualified architect, just like the other male architects that were commissioned for the project. Maybe Nancy Josephson will be able to shed some light on this matter later. And maybe this, I will call it, story of her commission, is symptomatic for the turn that her overall involvement took in the design of Märkisches Viertel in Berlin. Asra Zarina was given the largest plot of all to design apartments for, and she found it important to develop ideas for the spaces in between the buildings as well, where life would happen.
and where the local community could develop and grow. She inserted shops and communal spaces at ground level, for example, but her proposals were not adopted or even taken serious by the rest of the male design team. She was asked to revise her design over and over again and take out any other uses, as the scheme was meant to be residential only. Rather upset, I suppose, Asra Zarina started to draw cartoons of the three wise men as main characters, among which actually one of them was Dutman, who shredded her ideas in a big machine. You can find these cartoons on the internet too. Quite brave. For decades, her name was hardly mentioned in connection with the project. In fact, sometimes only the name of Asra Zarina's husband, who she divorced soon after. For me, only an event in 2021 in Berlin, Women in Architecture, highlighted the extent of her engagement for the project and the city of Berlin. It was exactly those elements in her architectural proposals for Märkisches Viertel that certainly had to do with her year as a Rome Prize Fellow at the American Academy. That year, walking the streets of Rome, observing, drawing, and understanding architecture and public spaces marked a turning point for her, clearly moving away from the ideals of modernist cities towards the creation of spaces almost celebrating the complexity and richness of urban life, built upon layers of history and culture. I can very much follow her in that. She continued to pursue her career very much as a pioneer and creator, I would say, focusing on what she believed in and in using Rome and Chivita as a classroom, learning from and giving back to places. I'm very much looking forward to Nancy Josephson's presentation now and some lively discussion afterwards on Asra Zarina's legacy in Italy, the country that adopted her. Thank you.
Well, good morning, RISEBA. It is wonderful to be here in Riga. I'd like to begin by congratulating Dean Dana Smith and Dr. F.A. Duyan and all the conference team for putting together such a fabulous event as Blind Spot. This morning it's my privilege to introduce to you the Chivita Institute, A Legacy of Architect Asra Zarina. In a story with 4 chapters, you'll learn about Astra's historic role, the mission she led, and why it's important, the facilities of the Institute, and its mission-driven programs. And along the way, you'll hear about a blind spot or two. Then I'll conclude with a prologue for the next steps of the Chivita Institute. The first chapter begins with Astra's legacy, of course, as a native of Riga, Latvia, as the visionary force behind the Chivita Institute. In 1981 in Seattle, Washington, USA, Astra was instrumental in the founding of a new private nonprofit corporation. It was called NIAUSI, an acronym for the Northwest Institute for Architecture and Urban Studies in Italy. Nowadays, NIAUSI does business as the Chivita Institute, but in fact, they are one and the same. Using one of her greatest skills, collaboration, Astra developed NIAUSI along with colleagues at the University of Washington, with prominent Seattle architects, and with former students from her Italian studies programs. NIAUSI's primary purpose was to promote educational and cultural studies in Italy in the fields of architecture and urbanism. By this time, Astra had been teaching Italian studies programs at the U for 11 years since 1970. In 1982, NIAUSI received its tax-exempt status from the US government, allowing financial donations to be given to the organization in exchange for enabling donors to reduce their taxes owed to the US government. It's a big deal in the US of A. For the next 25 years, the U and NIAUSI realized mutual benefits of one another's work. Astra's Italian Studies programs, Architecture in Rome 1 and 2, were offered during fall and winter quarters, and the Italian Hill Towns program was offered during summer. Academic excitement from returning students, teaching assistants, and visiting faculty spilled over into Gnauzi, who hosted fabulous fundraisers to generate stipends for mid-career professionals to travel in Italy as Gnauzi Fellows. Then in 2007, at age 78, Astra had a new idea for Gnauzi. She and her husband, Anthony Costa Haywood, approached the board of directors with an offer to donate their separate properties in Chivita to create a research center called the Chivita Institute. The mission statement that Astra put forward furthered a part of her life's work, inspiring and fostering an interdisciplinary understanding of Italian hill towns through historic preservation, scholarly research, artistic creation, and professional explorations. Adoption of the mission was the very first requirement in the lease and development agreement that was signed on June 19, 2007, between Astra, Mr. Haywood, and the board of directors. Then sadly, 14 months later, on August 31st, 2008, Astra passed away. She left the mission of the Chivita Institute as an experiment in which she had expanded her pedagogy for teaching students into a pedagogy for a board of directors to guide its post-academic educational activities. And here is a blind spot, because some people only want to recognize Astra as a teacher because she was so good at doing that. But they do not see that she was more than that. She was also a creator, a developer of educational systems like Gnauzi, or even like the University of Washington's Rome Center, that she was instrumental in founding as well. The second chapter of this story is about the Chivita Institute's mission to explore the Italian hill towns and what makes them relevant to contemporary experience. As laboratories of sustainability, both built and social, the hill towns offer pertinent lessons to multiple design disciplines. There are many hill towns within a 2-hour drive from Civita di Bagnoregio. Within the circled area are the regions of Tuscany, Umbria, and Lazio, and an area that is generally called Lattuca for its Etruscan heritage. During the 8th to 3rd centuries BCE, the Etruscan civilization settled on hilltops, whose steep hillsides were a natural defense, where views over valleys let them see where their sheep grazed, their grapes grew, and the impending arrival of traders or marauders. To describe the relevance of these hill towns today, I'll introduce 3 or 4 of them that convey why I think Astra believed in our mission. Beginning in Tuscany, let's get a look at the hill town of Cortona. Perched 600 meters above sea level, overlooking Lake Trasimeno, it's among the highest of all the hill towns. Founded by the Etruscans in the 8th century BC, it's also one of the oldest. A main roadway today still runs adjacent to Etruscan walls protecting the city center. They were constructed with large blocks of stone, the joints of each course typically offset from the lower course, and dry set without the use of pozzolanic mortar that so enabled the Romans to transform architecture. This wall shows Etruscan construction at its base, infilled and elevated by medieval wall construction approximately 1,600 years later. Etruscan portals through the walls remain, originally intended to separate entering from exiting the city, with different prayers and gods for each. Here, there are traces of later Roman arch construction that remains with still later medieval infill. And even later, still, the portal is retrofit with electric lighting and a contemporary steel stairwell, all of which demonstrates centuries of preservation, reuse, and adaptation. Cortona's medieval Piazza della Repubblica, once a Roman forum where the Palazzo Comunale restaurants and shops enliven the piazza, which is still everyone's outdoor living room. It is an urban void framed by buildings into an irregular shape and a challenging topography, yet the piazza is a significant public space and was featured in the popular American book and film Under the Tuscan Sun. Like many towns in Lattuca, there is an archaeological museum of Etruscan heritage. In the heart of Cortona, the Museo dell'Accademia Etrusca e della Città di Cortona is dedicated to the history of local Etruscans, Romans, and contemporary artists, such as Cortona's famous native son, the Italian futurist Gino Severini, whose mosaic on the Chiesa San Marco in Cortona demonstrates an ancient city with a modern culture that enjoys buildings that express. And even buildings that have historical information, such as on the left is a plaque on the Palazzo Comunale that commemorates the unification of Italy in 1860 and notes of which the citizens of the Comune of Cortona counted 5,484 votes for unification and 288 against. On the right is a stone plaque written in Latin that describes the home of a resident in 1642. In the Lattuca region of Umbria is the hill town of Perugia, also of Etruscan origin. Perugia is a walled city with ancient yet active portals into its centro storico. The Arco Etrusco has a battered base of Etruscan construction from 3rd century BCE. Refined masonry above is Roman, in which smaller blocks were laid with mortar. Along the top of the arch is the inscription Augusta Perugia, marking Rome's domination of Perugia in 40 BCE. The delicate loggia is 16th century, and all three of Vitruvius' ideals are here: firmness, commodity, and delight. Jumping to the 20th century, the Perugini, or the citizens of Perugia, realized that cars were taking over their historic center, leaving little space for pedestrians or outdoor socializing, important elements of Italian culture. At the same time, workers and shoppers from the outskirts were needed. In 1983, architect Paolo Lattaioli, he is the one waving at the bottom of the escalator, and author of the book La Rocca Paolina in Perugia, designed a series of escalators to transport people from large parking lots in the periphery to the centro. Today, thousands of Perugini pass through the historic Rocca Paolina on new escalators that unite modernity with history. In the 21st century, another type of portal was brought to Perugia. From 2001 to 2008, a system of self-driving cars called the Mini Metro was designed by the French architect Jean Nouvel. Today, the 3-kilometer-long rail line stops at 9 stations each, served by ample parking to bring residents and visitors into the historic center. In the area of Lattuca, also in the region of Umbria, is the resplendent Etruscan hill town of Orvieto. Its verdant valleys are tightly controlled by beni culturali land use codes, and just this year a new law was passed making farmers and agricultural cooperatives into guardians of the landscape. The law's intent is to limit corporate agriculture, revive interest in local farming, and promote ecological practices. From the train station in the valley of Orvieto, a funicular railway has transported passengers to the hilltop 157 meters above since the late 1800s. Orvieto also offers many good examples of reinforcing its slopes. About 30 years ago, government financial support for such construction was available, and Orvieto had done the preparatory planning to apply. Since then, a variety of stone materials and techniques have shored up the city and have strengthened it against erosion and earthquakes, while incorporating large parking lots with elevators, escalators, and stairs for the many tourists that visit Orvieto. Today, Orvieto is largely car-free as residents and visitors leisurely enjoy one of Italy's most beautiful Gothic Duomos. Which brings us to the hill town that is home to the Chivita Institute, Civita di Bagnoregio, in the region of Lazio. The connection between Civita di Bagnoregio and Bagnoregio is historically banned by a land bridge for pedestrians or donkeys carrying chestnuts, olives, grapes, building materials, and supplies. Adapting to erosion, the bridge eventually incorporated a series of arches that were partially destroyed during bombing at the end of World War II, and where the entire bridge was then replaced by a concrete bridge on Piloti, constructed 19 years after the bombing in 1964. It is still used primarily by pedestrians, but with controlled use by small tractors instead of donkeys, safety vehicles of the local Red Cross, and owners on Vespas. In 2019, Civita and 4 nearby towns made a serious pitch for UNESCO listing as a World Heritage Site. But unfortunately, the UNESCO's decision was delayed because of the pandemic and then because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And in 2023, the candidacy of Civita di Bagnoregio was quietly removed. Although the Civita Institute is today still furthering these points that were the basis for its potential listing. And I'll describe those later. Civita became the home base for Austria's Hill Towns program begun in the mid-1970s. This route plan of Civita was created by successive years of students in her Hill Towns program and utilized one of Austria's favorite pedagogical tools, the study of solid and void, rendered in the durable medium of ink on mylar back in the day. Within the red circle is the location of the Civita Institute. Which brings us to the third chapter of the Institute, its facilities, where the Institute's mission to explore the Italian hill towns begins. The donation of property offered in 2007 by Asra Zarina and her husband, Anthony Haywood, was ultimately defined in a deed of 2013 as having 3 parcels of property, A, B, and C. Parcel A is the largest of the Institute's facilities and consists of separate properties that had all been purchased by Astra. The Sala Grande today holds much of her professorial library, plus new additions by fellows and members. The Sala Grande was the first acquisition by Astra in 1961 or 62. Seeking shelter from a rainstorm, Astra complimented the owner on the 2-story space and its enormous 16th century fireplace with a window view, whereupon he asked if she would like to buy it. And then she did. Here, Astra on the left, enjoying late afternoon in the Sala Grande's unrestored splendor. And then restored in 2010, the Sala Grande features Astra's traditional palette of materials and finishes, including stone pavers here in herringbone pattern, white plaster walls, dark stained chestnut beams, and ceiling panels. Interesting to note, however, that the lower portion of the historic fireplace has remained unrestored. Il Ruderone, meaning the large ruin, is now a multi-level house and is the largest of the residences of the Institute. Il Giardino, the garden apartment of Parcel A, is where Mr. Haywood now resides. It is said that Astra installed the first indoor toilet in Civita, which was probably in this apartment in the early 1960s. Moving now to Parcel B, Lo Studio was also an early acquisition by Astra and likely purchased in the 1960s or late 60s or early 70s. And by the early 80s, it was completely restored. Today, Lo Studio is the mission-driven workhorse of the Chivita Institute, and it is where we house our educational programs, like RISEBA's program from last November. The new Sala Minore is a multifunctional meeting space, or a breakfast room, or a quiet workspace, or a place to relax. It holds a small portion of the Institute's library and features a wood-burning fireplace. And upstairs, there's sleeping for 1 to 4 people. Also in Parcel B is Il Nuovo apartment, meaning the new acquisition. Il Nuovo features a large modern kitchen with a big table for dining or for work, plus a large fireplace. And upstairs, the bedroom sleeps 1 to 4 people. The bathroom has a large shower and a bench seat with a window, and most importantly, a clothes washing machine. Also in Parcel B is Il Ruderino, meaning the small ruin. In the left-hand photo, stairs to the upper level are overgrown and barely visible. On the right, the floor of Ruderino and its private courtyard are gone. Today, the view from the landing at the top of the new steps that serves both Ruderino and Nuovo apartments is a reward of its own. Inside, Ruderino is petite but a delightful space for 1 or 2 persons. Beyond the French doors is the restored courtyard. Moving now to Parcel C, it is the smallest piece of the Institute's facilities. It is commonly called Il Magazzino, meaning small storage space. It was once a 2-story house. Today, it is a single story encircled in the area of the building that remains today, although that front facade has also been removed, leaving only side walls to support a corrugated tin roof. A rustic gate opens onto the main street in Chivita. Uh-oh, are we running out of batteries? Oh, there we go. Sorry, my mistake. Thanks, David. But Magazzino is currently being retrofit into a space for exhibits by the Institute's fellows, educational programs, or even community use. Adjacent is a small piazzetta that is open to the sky, also suitable for outdoor exhibits or just plain resting. So in the 4th and final chapter of today's story, I will introduce the mission-driven programs and activities managed by the Board of Directors of the Chivita Institute. Since its founding, its educational programs have primarily served post-academic learning, yet have also included college programs like RISEBA's or even high school programs. Our arts-focused educational programs are like salve for the soul. They include architect and professor Otto Schanyukorn's new course, which begins this spring. Otto is a Gabriel Prize winner and is an associate professor at Kansas State University. Stephanie Bauer's course, Draw Chivita, brings urban sketchers from all over the world to Chivita. Stephanie is a past board member and is also a Gabriel Prize winner. Anita Lehman's course, The Depictive and the Evocative, has been an interplay of objects and places in drawing and watercolor for more than 6 years. Educational programs by Stephen Day and myself began in 2012. Currently, historic preservation and sustainable design in the Etruscan hill towns of central Italy is offered during spring and fall, and it provides 36 health, safety, welfare learning units pre-approved by the American Institute of Architects. It is a model for professional continuing education courses by landscape architects, engineers, and interior designers, as well as architects. And RISEBA University's Blind Spot that energized the new Sala Minore in Lo Studio with its week-long course, serving 16 students and 5 faculty, or close to those numbers. The Latvian Independence Day was celebrated on November 18th as Austria's Latvian flag was displayed. The Chivita Institute Fellowships, formerly called Gnausi Fellowships, began in 1984. Jury-selected fellowships include a 1-month stay in one of the apartments of the Institute and a stipend of approximately $2,000. The board schedules 2 fellowship seasons in February and March, or in July and August, in order to create fellows' seasons to foster friendships and interdisciplinary conversation among fellows. The Drexler Family Diversity Fellowship awards someone from an underrepresented community for a mission-oriented project. Shown is the prolific art of fellow Otto Schanykorn in 2023. The Partners in Design Climate Action Fellowship recognizes the design arts, activism, storytelling, or research-oriented projects. The cultural landscape of Chivita di Bagnoregio Fellowship is modeled after the principles of the recent UNESCO candidacy of Chivita di Bagnoregio and is open to either Italian or American applicants. This fellowship aims to help find a way to fortify the vulnerable slopes of Chivita and to buttress them from erosion and earthquakes, as Orvieto and many other hill towns have been able to do. Creative Retreat Fellowships are available year-round. They're subject to board approval of a mission-oriented project. Typically, Creative Retreat Fellows receive a stay of 3 to 4 weeks in Chivita for a member stay donation. And then memberships are actually a key component of the Institute's mission-driven activities. Since 2020, we've added 345 new members, of which 42% live outside of Washington State, where our headquarters are located. We are attracting new members by the Institute's national and international outreach for participants in educational programs and fellowships. Because of the interest in memberships, we've enhanced member benefits to include gratis access to online American Institute of Architects learning units, to virtual presentations by important architects and artists of today, to documentary-style videos by fellows, and to earn member stay benefits that remain viable for 3 years following a qualified donation. So my story of the Chivita Institute, a legacy of architect Asra Zarina in 4 chapters, has shared with you her legacy as our primary founder and donor, the mission she led and why it is important today, what the facilities of the Chivita Institute are today, and of its mission-driven programs. So to conclude, here are some of the exciting next steps for the Institute. Maybe. Up. You just have to stand up in a word. A memo of understanding was signed in 2023 with the Comune di Bagnoregio defining our mutual interests in cultural exchange, the environment, historic preservation, sustainability, educational programs, fellowships, and the potential restoration of Cantina and Magazzino. The MOU, Memo of Understanding, created a foundation for new collaborations, such as a new geomorphological study led by the Institute's Cultural Landscape of Civita di Bagnoregio fellow, the Italian geologist Giovanni Maria di Budwo, and the local Red Cross drone operator and the Comune di Bagnoregio. Such as collaborating on the restoration of Cantina into a meeting space, a fellows' workspace, or an exhibit space. Also collaborating with the Croce Rossa, the local Red Cross, on their enactment of the Presepe Vivente, of the living nativity scene at the time of Christ, which is an important tradition to Italians and a significant fundraiser for the local Red Cross. Here are two of their exhibits in two of our separate spaces. On the lower is Magazzino and above is Cantina. Also collaborating on a vision begun by Astra 43 years ago that unites the Chivita Institute around the Italian hill towns, its facilities in Civita, Italian friendships, educational programs, fellowships and memberships, and furthering a vision that began in 1981, was transformed in 2007 and again in 2013, and is propelled entirely by volunteers. And last but not least, collaborating with new friends like all of you here in Riga. Grazie mille, thank you, Liels Baldis. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much for your wonderful lecture. We will continue with some questions and a discussion. First of all, I have to express how impressed I was when I got to visit the Chivita Institute in November during RISEBA's workshop there. What a fantastic place.
Thank you, I'm so glad that you got to see it.
Yes. I would like to, since you knew Asra Zarina as a person, I would like to return to my little introduction and the question of Asra Zarina being a woman and the blind spot in architecture, which she was, as I read it, clearly unhappy with during the things that happened in Berlin, because she openly ventilated her anger through these cartoons. But she was actually quite a young woman then, so maybe what I also read later on is that she just wrote, okay, I did not become rich and famous through this project. It was delivered on time, so what? And it seemed like she made peace with it. But maybe, would you think that she was happy in this role of being this blind spot in architecture?
There's a lot in that particular question that you've just asked. Did she make peace with what had happened? Yes, in a sense, but I think that her frustration for having not been credited properly remained. I think that she was probably equally frustrated by the principles that she wanted to bring into the project, like you mentioned, where there would be shops on the ground level, there would be activities within the lower first level of the buildings there that would activate the space and not simply be residential. But I think it was only one, if I may say, of the frustrations that perhaps Astra experienced in her life. And we often talked about the effect of having been a refugee in 1944 and having to leave Riga with her family. Completely changed her life, changed her whole perspective. And she often was referred to as having somewhat of a refugee complex because she had to endure forces that were stronger than her, that ultimately all she could do was react to. But as to the building project in Germany, I think it's also interesting to see how her particular drive in architecture shifted. You know, that was a very modern, very stripped down building, almost machine-like, and probably by design. But she later became credited for having saved the entire town of Chivita de Bagnoregio, because when she arrived, she not only bought the Sala Grande, but she convinced the people there that that was a valuable place, that their buildings, though they were really rough and rugged looking at the time, they had so much potential. And townspeople there will still get very emotional when they talk about the effect of Asra Zarina on their own families' retention and restoration of their homes, and the way in which she is credited for bringing the town from being a dying city. There used to be street signs outside the town that described Chivita as the dying city, to being one now that is very vital, alive, maybe even overly alive with tourists at times.
Thank you very much. Maybe picking up on this question, do you think that she would support and actively support female students in pursuing a career in architecture or academia, and would she openly support them through her position or use her position to sort of push a little bit and to sort of...
Yeah, absolutely she would, and she did. And I think she did the same for the male and the female students, but I must say my own personal experience when I first came to study with Astra in 1983 was from a small town in the Northwest, the first in my family to go to college, and both of my parents were from farms and small towns, and I was really pretty naive. And she took me under her wing, as educated as she was, speaking 5 languages, as talented as she was at how she could draw. She accepted me where I was and encouraged me, and ultimately helped get me into graduate school at Columbia University in New York City. I don't think that without her that would have happened. So I think that this is just one example.
I'm really interested, because you also then taught with Asra Zarina, how the time and her sort of approach on teaching has influenced your work, because you actually were responsible for lots of educational projects in the US, and maybe you could elaborate a little bit on how you would think not just the creation, but also the process of having these spaces and administrating them has...
Yes. Yeah. A great question. Astra, one of Astra's biggest, most influential lessons that I got from her was the value of context. I'm not sure what it is like for architects from other countries, but American architects tend to build models or design buildings as if there's nothing around them. They just exist in and of themselves, but she was always emphasizing context. So in a lot of the schools in which I was able to work with architectural teams, with the stakeholders in the schools we tried to be sensitive to what was happening in the neighborhoods, how the schools were accessed from the streets. We always had to incorporate large parking lots, but could we do them with more vegetation, more greenery? Yes.
Thank you very much. Maybe I would like to connect to the lecture we heard before, which of course has a lot to do with the project in Chivita and the sort of approach on the preservation of hilltop villages in a sustainable way. And I think what Asra Zarina started is very much that, exactly that what we are looking for now, of creating and organizing systems that involving the local community, making decisions together, passing on knowledge, creating knowledge, doing it very much together. And this has been going on for generations in Chivita, where the Institute maybe is not an alien of foreign scholars who land there for a bit and enjoy Italy, but who are very much a resource that make this happen. And I think that would be nice to hear if this is part of your sustainability program now. And
so definitely the relationships of interested people from all parts of the world are a very big portion of the sustainability of Civita di Bagnoregio. It is a town that has had to deal with the fact that many of the local families have sold their properties to wealthier people that can come in and have bought them. What the solution is against that, I'm not sure. But what the Institute is very pleased to be realizing is that its mission is becoming more accepted and involved with people from other places, such as here in Riga. And we also have other people that are interested in Germany. The interest in Asra Zarina by particularly female architects in Germany, but not always female, is growing. And we see this system that Asra envisioned, which makes her not just a teacher, but a developer of systems that can continue beyond and after one's own life, is essential. And it reminds me of the ancient towns, the civilizations rather, the ancient civilizations that flourished because they were traders. You know, the Etruscans, they traded with the Carthaginians in Northwest Africa. They traded with the Greeks. They traded with people from the north, but all of that made their civilization great. And if there can be a solution to sustainability or solutions to sustainability through interaction between the predominantly American Chivita Institute members and other people from other countries, then we're much better for it. Also because I think some other countries are further ahead of us on that curve of sustainability, both physically and socially. So thank you all for that.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience to Nancy Josephson?
Thank you for the lecture and presentation. I wanted to ask, do you know what was Asra Zarina's reference to Latvia, to her roots somehow? Did she somehow express in I don't know, in some way, in conversations or in creative approaches? Or what was the, yeah.
That is a great question because everybody knew that Asra had been born and raised in Riga, in fact, till she was like 15 years old. And though she didn't talk about it a lot, I suspect because it was very painful, she made it clear that she came from a culture that was a well-developed culture, perhaps more so than what she often frequented in the States. And it is part of the reason why I think that she, some of the students would call her Architecture in Rome program finishing school for the Americans, because you know, she just brought a culture in which having fresh flowers on the table was very important. in which you greet people who come to visit you with foods and wine and lots of warmth and hospitality and generosity in a way that's maybe not quite as dominant like that in the States. So I think, you know, she carried and she brought these things into what she did. They mingled well with the Italian approach to socializing. But I've just recently met, yesterday, a niece of hers who lives in Kandavar, who's just about 100 kilometers outside of Riga, and she was able to tell us much more about her father, for instance, that, you know, his history, his education, his involvement in the military in 1919, things that I did not know, she did not speak to me about. I've met her parents. They both lived in Seattle for a while. He was a very quiet individual. Her mom was a little more loving and outgoing, friendly, though I don't know that either of them spoke English particularly well. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Are there any more questions? Maybe.
Yes, I think we have to go further on. Yes.
Okay. I think there aren't any more questions, so we will be closing the session. Thank you so very, very much for coming to Riga and for this wonderful lecture. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. As landscape architects who is dealing on everyday basis, transforming past, adapting past to nowadays for the future, I'm honored to introduce the next keynote speaker. Introducing this keynote speaker is the same as to introduce the city. To introduce the city of Kuldiga, because she devoted her life, or I would say that her life merged with the city almost 20 years. You know, she is the expert, she's the city architect of Kuldiga. She is also director of the construction department of Kuldiga Municipality Council, so I read it because it's a lot. Then chairperson of the Old Town and Environment Committee, director of several urban environment development concepts and research. That is in Kuldiga. She is navigating between international and local easily. She has been ICOMOS Latvia president for nearly 10 years. She is also expert member of CIVI. She is not only professional bureaucrat, she is also practicing architect. Since 2014, she works as certified architect in Latvia. If all these activities would not be enough, she is also lecturing. She is associated professor in cultural heritage at very proud RISEBA University. And I would like to introduce the officer of the highest award of the Republic of Latvia, the Order of the 3 Stars, Jana Jakobsson. Jana?
Dear colleagues, and I'm calling you colleagues because if you are in this hall and in this conference, so we are interested in the same themes, in the same topic. And I will speak, is it okay? I will take it. Yes. Yes. So, and I will speak today about cultural heritage. I will continue to speak today about cultural heritage. And I will speak about it in two towns, Kuldiga and Chivita, as we already spoke a lot about Chivita before. I'm representing Kuldiga, but I am also one of those 21 lucky persons who had the possibility to visit Chivita in November, and it was really fantastic time, and opened my mind to one very interesting topic I will speak about later. So you see already difference between those two towns, how you enter in the morning in these towns. So you see upstairs how you enter Kuldiga through the bridge in the fog, how you enter Chivita through the bridge in the sunshine, so it's very already different, and I will speak about this later. So when I asked to students why cultural heritage is important, so the answers you see here. Identity, roots, knowledge, monuments, longevity and history, memories, and so lots of those things what students pointed out. But in my mind, why cultural heritage is important, so these are a few very important topics I would like to point out. So it is very, very wide theme, of course, and we will speak concentrately about built heritage today, but only to point out in today's broad scope and understanding, cultural heritage is almost everything that has happened up to this moment. So you can already imagine maybe something that happened yesterday is already cultural heritage today. Cultural and natural heritage is one of the most important factors determining the individual's personality or identity in a global world. The preservation of environmental identity maintains cultural diversity and helps regions not to become a homogeneous mass, and therefore plays an important role in preserving cultural heritage. For an individual to have the opportunity to identify with the place and culture, cultural heritage, tangible and intangible, movable and immovable, helps to bring it to this day. When you see those pictures, everybody identifies the countries and the cultures with those built structures. And my task, as I was pointed out for myself, is to promote the conservation of cultural heritage worldwide, of course, firstly in Latvia, but also worldwide, and also to point out this movable and immovable, tangible and intangible dimensions of cultural heritage. Yes, today we will speak about tangible, built cultural heritage, what is man-made cultural manifestations in the natural environment, urban environment, historical centers, villages, settlements are a widely studied, long discussed part of cultural heritage. As we speak a lot today about Italian architecture and villages, I would like also to point out Aldo Rossi, Italian architect and theoretical thought about cultural heritage and cities. One can say that the city itself is the collective memory of its people, and like memory, it is associated with objects and places. The city is the locus of the collective memories. So our memories are very important. If we speak about the main document, what helps to preserve cultural heritage today in the world, this is World Heritage Convention, adopted already in 1972, so it's more than 50 years already. And this document is very actual still today, and it is pointed out two main things: international cooperation and protection. So many discussions with specialists and experts. Do we need to change something in this document? And always the answer is no, because this is still actual. This is still so full with information. And the decision is that we will, if it's necessary, we will add new things, new charters, new doctrinal texts, but not to change this main document who points out the attention to cultural heritage and attitudes. So yes, about World Heritage list and UNESCO, some few words. So you see the map on the screen, where we can see that in the world at the moment we have 1,199 very specific, very unique places, which is the list with the most important cultural heritage objects, cultural and natural, in the world. You see the gaps on the map, of course, and it's not because they don't have cultural heritage in Africa or in Asia. It's because of priorities. It's because of management systems. It's because of attitude to cultural heritage. You see, the most concentration is in Europe with World Heritage objects, but it doesn't mean that in other parts of the world we don't have them. It's just a list of concentration. And in Latvia, we have 3 objects. We have Historical Center of Riga, Struve Geodesic Ark, and Old Town of Kuldīga from last year. So Latvia ratified the UNESCO Convention in 1997. And then we started widely to speak about preservation of cultural heritage. But to speak about the preservation of cultural heritage, we need to understand what is cultural heritage and what is preservation of cultural heritage. It's not just a sentence we hear everywhere. And a clear methodology, conditions and steps in the World Heritage Convention system helps us to preserve this cultural heritage. We have many definitions in convention. What is cultural heritage? Monuments, groups of buildings, sites, natural sites. And we have also new definitions. New definitions we can find in operational guidelines, like cultural landscapes, historic towns and town centers, heritage channels, and in last decades, heritage routes. I would like to show you one example in South Korea to explain you importance of preservation of cultural heritage and understanding that this is not something small, but can be also very wide. You see this temple, and of course, when we firstly would speak about preservation of cultural heritage, we would speak about the group of buildings, like shrine, main hall, gates, and this complex. When we look closer and when we speak wider about cultural heritage, it is important why this is situated there. And then our mind opens to the huge landscape scenery, and then we understand that the river is very important, the valley is important, and the mountains is important, and this buffer zone, this protection and this protected cultural heritage is very, very wide, not only the group of the buildings. And here we see the importance why this territory is very connected with this cultural object, what we need to preserve for next generations. So to continue to speak what is cultural heritage and from who we need to preserve this. To understand the world cultural heritage preservation system built over 50 years, it is possible to divide the comprehensive movement into concrete components. The first would be understanding. Understanding the heritage site by identifying heritage significance. So, and what is in context of heritage significance? It is the most constantly used term, refers to the expression of values in heritage qualities, or even more broadly, significance is the term that the conservation community has used to encapsulate the multiple values ascribed. The second steps would be localizing significance, which is attributes. And attributes in this system shows which are the parts of cultural heritage. I will show you later example of Kuldiga. But now I would like to show you the example of Bahrain. Qual Alted, the ancient harbor and capital of Dilmun. You see the archaeological site, and it's very clear, the borders of this archaeological site is a defensive wall, and the structure is clear, and connection, as it is harbor, is also with the sea clear. And when you start to analyze this panorama or scenery from the sea, then it's clear that it's not just the archaeological site, which is cultural heritage. It's more broader. It is connection with the sea, the channels. It is also a landscape around this agricultural landscape. And as it is a UNESCO World Heritage Place, it of course has a statement of outstanding universal value, because only places which has outstanding universal value can be inscribed in this World Heritage List. This is, in only one sentence, I would like to point that the outstanding universal value of this site is connected with harbor in ancient times. And you see on the screen, this orange one is an archaeological site, but when you start carefully to analyze, it's clear that also the sea, the channel, and landscapes, agricultural landscapes, palm trees around this is very important for this object and for the context of cultural heritage. Of course, attribute mapping is in ArcGIS systems, when everything is digitally correctly put it together on digital maps. And when, for example, the question comes, can we build the road right next to this archaeological site? Then the answer is we need to make the heritage impact assessment to understand, do this road, for example, impact the outstanding universal values of that place. And when they started to evaluate the attributes of this place, it gets clear that they are more wider, you see, not only in that place, and that this is not possible to build this bridge there, because it would then spoil the outstanding universal value, which consists not only of archaeological site, but also about the culture which supported this archaeological site. And the third step would be significance grading by searching for the most important. And the first step would be risk analysis. From whom protect? Then we need to understand what kind of risks we have for this territory. And it's a clear methodology made by ICOMOS how to evaluate risks, development risks, ownership risks, nature, climate changes, and etc. And then we analyze those risks and how high, very high, medium, or what kind of impact we have, and etc. For example, in case of Kuldiga, which is a very small town, we cannot imagine that kind of risks. And when we speak about development, we always need to understand the risks in global scale and the risks for that place. Because for Kuldiga, the risk would be even 5-story house, but for other town or city, the risk would be 20 or 30 level house. For Kuldiga, the risk would be over tourism. For I think for many towns and cities, the risk at the moment is over tourism. Okay, about Kuldiga. As I already told, Kuldiga became World Heritage Site last year, and I was responsible of this process for more than 20 years. It was very interesting work we made together with international partners, and the main value of Kuldiga is, and the outstanding universal value is that Kuldiga is the only place in the world that can represent the Duchy of Kurland, and also the political system at that period, and also development and urban setting of that period in this geopolitical region. When you see those pictures, it's very picturesque and very nice place, where is an old town and nature complex with red clay tile roofs, with medieval planning, with even medieval houses and also houses which are built later with very wooden details, authentic and also original. But when we start to divide this in attributes to understand what to preserve, what is this cultural heritage, we took the first map of Kuldiga, which is 1797, and started to analyze this. So streets and squares, they are still 100% there. Water bodies, still there. Water crossings, still there. Landscapes and greeneries still there. Buildings and their parts you see in the red and pink places still there. And when we start to analyze those components, it's clear that it still represents the Duchy period till today. And it was very interesting discussions searching for the most important, as you see in these pictures, with local inhabitants, and the cooperation and interpretation are the main terms in this process. So again, risks at the global level, we need to evaluate risks from whom protect, and it's clear that in Kuldiga we don't have such risks at the global level as you see on the left side, but we have the risks as you see on the right side. So climate changes is one of the risks, and the emergency hotspot map with a fire hazard. For example, when you analyze concentration of values and concentration of risks, then you can make correct maps and management systems how to protect this cultural heritage for next generations. Yes, in a few words about sustainability, we heard already before, cultural heritage is very important for sustainability, as you see in those goals. half a century of cultural heritage policy work. It's a huge work, and the main conclusions, I would say, will be in 3 steps. The first step was heritage protected by heritage authorities, based on Venice Charter. The second evaluation step was heritage values-based management, where more stakeholders were involved, like archaeologists, developers, local communities, researchers, future generations, and it was based on Bura Charter. And now the third step would be continuity and changed, people-centered approaches. When people and local communities choose which is cultural heritage for preservation important for them. And it is based on Sustainable Development Policy from 2015. So from object focus to the values focus, and to the people focus approach. Managing change and continuity, it's very important because we understand that cultural heritage is not only about the values, but it's also about the change and continuity. For example, Costiera, I don't know how to pronounce it clearly, but Amalfitana, Italy, small village, yes, which was famous with lemon production. Lemonade production. So it was very nice environment, very lively, of course the village and of course the landscape and agriculture all together. But you see that when it was not anymore important to make agricultural activities to produce lemon juice, then also the scenery changed. And now it's only the town preserved, but not the whole complex of cultural heritage. So Venice, you know the problem, because in cultural heritage preservation is always the question about Venice, who benefits from heritage status. Is this for locals, or is this for tourists, or is this for economic of the country? And assumption, heritage is a thing and it's separate from the rest is not like that. And conservation as a battle. So I hope that nobody anymore thinks that conservation is as a battle and preservation is only for the experts, because it was, I would like to hope, some decades ago. And if we speak about outstanding universal value and management and sustainable development and authenticity and integrity, if even one of those pillars doesn't work, then we cannot to protect the cultural heritage for future. That's why we need to work with all of them in every heritage place, not only in the UNESCO objects. Authenticity and integrity, we very often heard these words. And what does it mean and why this is so important for heritage? Because this is based on the cultures. In Latvia, we speak about one kind of authenticity. In Italy, we speak about other. In Japan, about other understanding of authenticity, because it is based on the culture, what we have in this country or site. But we can very clearly analyze authenticity by form and design, by materials and substance, by use and function, traditions, techniques and management systems, locations and settings, language and other forms of intangible heritage, spirit and feeling. And my research topic in Chivita was sense of place and spirit and feeling of the place, because it is also the attribute of the place. It is intangible and it is like, what does it mean? Is it noise? Is it sound? Is it feeling? Is it smell? Yes, it can be also, but how to value spirit of the place, how to define it, how to preserve it. In my opinion, spirit and the feeling can be evaluated and managed like any other values by defining it, mapping it, and preserving it. In Manhattan, as I made mapping of Manhattan spirit. It's very interesting research. And we did it in Chivita and in workshop and also in Kuldiga. When I wanted to show you the difference between Kuldiga and Chivita, I looked for pictures from Chivita, and all of them were vertical. I couldn't put it together in the file, and then I understood that Kuldiga is horizontal and Chivita is vertical. Every photos what I took and also colleagues took in Chivita were vertical, and Kuldiga, all photos, even in internet, are horizontal. So it's also the spirit and the feeling of the place that when you go up or you go in horizontal way, it's one of interesting things I discovered. Yes, and this was our group in Chivita Institute. We were very happy and very open to observe Chivita. And the vision of the architect Asra Zarina helped preserve and revive Chivita in the distant 70s, when at the same time a convention on the preservation of world cultural heritage was adopted, which put into words the ideas what she put into the action already at that time. And how to create a vision and ideas for the authentic preservation of Chivita, including interpretation. So this was our question. We were observing Chivita historic town. We were looking for the things making the genius loci of that place, which includes the spirit of that place and atmosphere. And bringing to life the authentic way of getting to the Chivita from the valley and the functions that were characterized of it. We were looking for that. Would it help to get the authentic atmosphere and spirit of that place? So you see in these pictures the things what makes the spirit of the place, and also the words what students mentioned, what is the spirit of Chivita. Drawing city above the clouds, location, asymmetry, plants, alone, views, isolation, mystery, and other ones. And you see also how we tried to map the sketch, how we tried to map those places which makes the spirit of Chivita. Also, Etruscan Road, of course, sunset and sunrise, as already Dines mentioned. It's very important for Chivita, maybe not so important for other places. Yes, so it was very interesting start of the study of the spirit of the place. To sum up, I would like to say that good architecture is then distinguished from a simply built house by the fact that it appeals beyond the visual image, the spirit of the place again. It is related to the idea of usage and the social and urban content of the surrounding environment, which is also one of the Asra Zarina's guiding principles, as we heard before, the context. And such architecture is a cultural heritage to be preserved for the future right from the moment of its creation. As we see already, Oslo Opera House is listed, built in 2011, already listed, and also Latvian National Library and other buildings. So may we succeed in creating more and more architectural sites which are authentic and integral continuations of the place, which fulfill the social and urban context and became the cultural heritage for next generations. Thank you.
may invite you to a couple of questions. It works? Does it work? So, thank you very much. It was very intense, a lot of informations, and before the audience created own questions, I would like to ask one of my 111 questions, only one from my side. Otherwise, if we start to discuss everything, what your BDVs and always present in our work, even if we are not working with the projects which directly related to the monuments as we understand it, so then our conversation would and debate would skip the entire conference further, but we don't want it now. That is why only one question. Last year, the Professional Society, and I think not only Professional Society of Latvia, was delighted about this incredible news that the Kuldīga is inscribed in the list of the World Heritage. And my question is, actually in one question, two questions. First concerns why, and second concerns how. So why the city of Kuldīga decided back then in the years to go this way. That is first. And another one is how challenging it was.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, because it is, yes, to answer to that, I need a very, very long time, but why? It happened in 1997, when Latvia ratified the World Heritage Convention, and then people who were responsible about Kuldīga Old Town preservation, they get clear idea that if Kuldīga is so unique for them, why Kuldīga cannot be so unique for the world, and that this status or label or the process will help to protect Kuldīga, because Kuldīga was not industrial park or any other specific activities. Its specific was the old town of Kuldīga, and in their ideas it will be the possible way for development for Kuldīga. And now when we evaluate this idea after 30 years, then we understand that, yes, this is the way of that town, and it helped this idea to preserve, to develop, to locals to get proud for their heritage, for their house. And the idea came in one group, Okay, yes, and the idea came in, yes, like singing festival, but otherwise it was. Yes.
Let me be precise. The idea to start to work direction inscribing Kuldīga in world was born in the singing festival. Okay.
Yes, it was like that, and afterwards, many years, many involved persons. Not only responsible about the preservation, because all the community, all the locals, everybody is involved in this, is involved in this process for the preservation for UNESCO, because we never divide the road to UNESCO or preservation, or this is for us, or this is for tourists, or this is for UNESCO. It all comes together. And when 10 years ago, many persons said, you are not ready, don't go yet, you are not ready, don't go yet. We thought, we are doing so lots of things. We are restoring, we are involving locals, we are researching, we are making roads and buildings and restoration centers, and how we cannot be ready. And if you look back to some 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it's clear that the most important thing is cooperation and involvement of locals in this process. And this takes time because we have this interruption 50 years in Soviet period where we were not taking care of cultural heritage in Kuldiga. I don't think only in Kuldiga, in many Latvian towns. And then we need to restart ourselves, and then it took time, and this cooperation, involvement, and not only cooperation with locals, but also with other ones took this long time. And now we are very happy that this is not cultural heritage or UNESCO for the specialists or for the municipality or for the state, but Kuldiga inhabitants are very proud. My house is UNESCO, and I live in this, and I take care of this World Heritage object.
Thank you very much. I promised not to ask other questions. I have them, really. Maybe audience have question one, because we are late in our schedule. One question, no questions.
Nancy, I will do
Yeah. Oh.
I have a question about how you think that technology, you know, the internet, the rise of AI will affect cultural heritage.
We hope that it will help to preserve cultural heritage. Because people nowadays communicate through the internet, and it's very good way how to communicate with local community, not only with the locals, how to express for people our values, our attitude, and the main idea that if you maintain your cultural heritage, then you don't need to demolish it and restore it, and etc. And in our case, we publish all the materials in the internet, all the sketches, all the methodologies, all the researches about Kuldiga, about the conservation ideas, and then we hope that in our case and also in other cases, the internet is a very good place where to find the information. Of course, we also work with information that we print it out and put in the post box. Also the information, also the certificate that you are the part of the UNESCO place, and etc. But the internet is very helpful, I think, for this management of that historical heritage place, but also for others to discover these historical places, because this is very huge information point in my mind.
Thank you. Diane, I have one more, but important. More question? May I ask, yeah? How would you have answer or information how on if this decision taking in the singing festival, in song festival, helped to revive Kuldiga socially and economically? Did it influence the positive or negative changes in Kuldiga?
Yes, when we see how Koldiga developed and looked some 30 years ago, and when we see how Koldiga looks and develop and lives today as a living heritage place, then I think the question and the answer is clear, because this road to UNESCO gave us the management systems, the researchers, the values, the proudness for inhabitants, the developers and etc., and all went so good together that it is the development policy for the town to preserve cultural heritage and to live in this cultural heritage.
Thank you. I think it is just an incredible example of how the instrument, the policy instrument, could be really instrument for social and economical revival. Yeah, that's very good, instrument. So let us participate more in Song Festival. So, and I think that our life will be much better. Thank you very much.
This works, yes. So, dear guests, thank you. Our first official part has come to end. Thank you for wonderful presentations and so inspirational talks and questions. I believe we could speak more and more, but now we will have a short lunch break because it's absolutely needed. So all the participants, please now invite you to meet, and we will go through the tunnel back where you entered, and there in a big hall there is served the lunch. Afterwards, so we are a bit late on schedule today, so it will be a short lunch, around only 30 minutes. And afterwards, please, moderators for the white paper sessions, let's meet at 1 o'clock on the second floor, auditoriums 206, 207, 209, and 210. You have all in schedule very precisely, shown the rooms, who's the moderators, and presenters. Yes, so thank you. H.F. Weber or Wagner, as German artist at that time, which shows the historical center for a Livonian order castle, which is there, St. John's Church. synagogue, manor, mill pond, water mills, and other. The residential buildings have undergone various changes. The original plans adapting to the needs of portraying the rhythm of life, and of course as well in those townhouse plans you can see how they are most reflecting all the political events, specifically in 20th century. And here I wanted to just to click through a couple of images. They're not maybe the best quality, but you can see what is how I see and feel these events, that time shows how actually the people celebrated events here, their traditions, and the life of children, simple life, and how it was there, and time of changes, and rebuilding processes, and many more. For example, doing here sports and etc. So in this article, I'm unfolding two and stories which are compiled from various studies and archive materials I found, and they're aiming to provide more comprehensive understanding of the past and to evoke a vision for the future. There are two completely different narratives united by a common goal to understand the past for the buildings while respecting and honoring this knowledge, and to envision a need or ask for a new owner. So the first building is right in the heart of the historical center. It's a single wooden story building, residential house, and it was built in 1856 as a private residence for a local manor family. In 1898, the house was purchased by a grain merchant who converted the building into rental apartment. The purchase price indicates that the building was quite good. There is no information suggesting that there were shops or any other workshops in the front. The building on a very, I would say, one of the main streets and on the first floor. Should be like easily used for a shop or something, but no, there is no information. According to materials from Latvian State Historical Archives, the building was rented out as a single apartment, so it then a kitchen on the ground floor and 3 heat rooms in the attic. So the documents actually, in that manner, is very historical writings about that, and me at least about the writing and the rooms or the house. Yes, along with the rooms, there was a bathroom accessible only to the tenant, a basement, a wheelwright workshop, and a stable for. The residential house had unusually high ceilings, and most it creates this spaciousness, and additionally, indoor spaces were separated. Double doors, and as well it shows that rather exclusive house for that luxury. So as well as the foresight included a bathroom and well-equipped entrance hall in the building that even at that time very back 17th century. So what here you can see that the house luckily was by reconstruction manager who fell in love as well with a couple of houses and he bought them. And this new owner's vision coincided and took shape based on above mentioned period, what I mentioned before, renovated it and turned it into rental house. But this rental house consists of, consists of 2 apartments on the street side, on the left side one, and on the right side with renovated the entrances. What he added, there was no traces in original plan where the bathroom where the kitchen space was. Only we can find them when we see the chimneys and fireplace. So he supplemented these 2 rental places with a small kitchen niche and bathroom here and bathroom. What is nice about this project that the apartment which is on the garden side, it's rented for a long term, so it's for the local. I think it's very nice that not all the properties need to be rented out like Airbnbs for very short. And this is what I particularly love, that the owner, the interior of the apartments are also playfully dominated by the furniture of 1960s and 70s, and other interior elements. So actually, it's interesting that he took the planning from one period and interior from another. What this house was like going through. Yes. Yes. To continue with the second house, my house. This we can see that in the map that eyes the city development towards Castelbianco, and their city expanded relatively, and the slower pace. So we can see the Mītavstrasse or Jelgava Street, now the Latvian title of street. It was possibly expanding in this direction because really around the corner there was in 1904 built a Hindenburg cardboard factory. Because of this factory, actually all neighborhoods started growing and expanding in that direction. And the development along Jelgava Street has been very varied over time, and in the city plan of in 1797, there was once a city meadow, very picturesque, beautiful open lands. The original plan of the building, and I was very lucky, I discovered in local history museum plan of 1926. You can see this was the idea why this plan actually is drawn is because the owner wanted to rebuild it, but what we can see here, the original plan and the changes what they wanted to implement. Of course, nowadays the building looks completely different from planning, but this is very interesting art piece, almost artifact discovered. And it's a real single-family residential house, possibly with a shop on the first floor. Because what's interesting in this case that here I discovered as well that the book house later on was rented many local house book. Everything. But we can see that this woman was a widow, or probably she turned into a widow with a couple of children, probably, and the first floor on the left side was rented for a shop, so that she could support her family. Later. And based on this plan, the house called building made in 1926 and say drawing, I can conclude the main entrance was on the right side here with this front wardrobe room, I would say mud room, and then this would be almost all for a family and easily be transformed. And the other entrance was this one, probably. This plan reveals the intention to rebuild the building and creating on the second level. I believe that this is because that time the cardboard factory, more people coming from the countryside to the towns, and on the other hand, this existing floor plan reveals the spatial changes that most likely occurred in the 1930s, 40s. This plan, which is how the building looks right now, divided into 4 parts. So these changes came in the 30s, 40s, probably because of the Soviet period, when all the houses were taken by government and divided into for everyone. So everybody could live in this. During the Soviet times, residential buildings in cities underwent significant buildings. I mentioned were divided into very small apartments, one room and one kitchen. So this, and just to conclude, each of these buildings has its own unique story, not all of which are fated for us to discover, and I believe that I will cover more and more about this building or other ICT buildings. However, this careful exploration, the missing puzzle pieces are found, and joining them together reveals this rich light of the building. It almost feels like this building, almost like a living thing, changed during those last 120 years. So meanwhile, the uncovered facts allow the new owners to choose continuation of the narrative, whether consider the evidence of the past in their new building plans, or if so, to what extent and how to adapt them to. I don't know yet for this building. I have some plans, but they change according to what I find from the past. That's it.
Yes, and our presenter, she is connected to the Zoom. Maybe we can try to talk to her. Maybe you and then, or yeah, she did connect. I saw her. Maybe we can try to communicate with her. Oh yeah, just happened. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, hello.
I can also share my screen if it's okay for you.
She needs to open there, I think, her computer.
Okay.
Maybe just. So Doris, let's somebody else for you. And good luck.
I thought I was third.
Yeah.
We changed, sorry.
Yes.
No. Hi. Okay, can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, should I start the presentation? I hope you are hearing me well. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Erika Çantakaya. Today, I will be discussing the transformative potential of performative mapping in spatial discourse, particularly focusing on how it can illuminate the experience of lived space. And inspired by Belloc's belief in the power of imagination to transcend boundaries, this research seeks to challenge traditional cartographic methods It advocates for a mapping practice enriched with post-structuralist feminist perspectives, aiming to shift the focus from singular architectural narratives to more inclusive, dynamic representations of space. Here you can see the subtopics that I will share with you during this presentation. First, I will touch upon these topics, and then finally, I will conclude the presentation with some examples from a range of performative mapping experiences. In this slide, I tried to show the evolution from cartographic documentation, that is maps in the classical sense, and that emerged with the Enlightenment, and it's to evolve to its current active meaning, that is mapping. Maps have been fundamental representatives of space for centuries, and traditional approaches to cartographic production have limited mapping practices within a rigid, conventional and specific framework. And in this context, the relationship between maps and urbanism has remained limited in line with the representative character of maps, which makes visible elements of geographies, regions, cities, and built environments legible. However, with post-structuralist and post-representational theories, focusing on maps and mapping, various map definitions and mapping techniques have emerged. In the realm of spatial theory, mapping emerges not just as a tool, but as a critical agent capable of challenging and expanding our understanding of spaces. James Corner's assertion that mapping transcends mere reproduction of knowledge to uncover unseen realities invites us to reconsider mapping's role. It isn't about enforcing a singular narrative, but about revealing a diversity of spatial stories yet to be imagined. And also Mark Skunderbeck's argument for a cartographic turn in architecture actually posits mapping as central to this discourse, suggesting a shift towards considering aspects such as space, time, tectonics, and materiality in a way that recognizes the fluidity and multiplicity of urban narratives. And this perspective is crucial in critiquing the conventional masculine language of architecture that often prioritizes singularity and suppresses diversity. And in the realm of spatial theory, mapping emerged not just as a tool, but as a critical agent capable of challenging and expanding our understanding of space. So we can say that our understanding about maps evolved more scientific after Enlightenment, like after we see projections like Mercator projections, and we try to be more critical about it, like Buckminster Fuller's dimension map, try to understand more reflexive representations of our world in maps, and then mapping turn into a stage function that collects, combines, connects, reconstructs all kinds of different times, places, and performances, and allows multiple readings. However, traditional maps create a singular language and hierarchy. The reality of the map bends the perception of reality according to its creator and filtered fiction. As long as the mapping establishes an affirmative relationship with space, it offers an artistic method to reveal the space's new potentials and reproduce the space. Baudrillard emphasizes whether it is meaningful to distinguish between reality and representation. And also, in the realm of mapping, the boundary between representation and reality blurs. Drawing from Baudrillard's notion of hyperreality, we confront the challenge that mapping as a performative act constructs rather than reflects reality. And Deleuze and Guattari's distinction between the map and tracing further enriches this dialogue, proposing that mapping is an experimental engagement with the real and capable of revealing and reformulating existing spaces. And in the exploration of mapping within spatial discourse, a particularly compelling dimension emerges at the intersection of mapping with identity and space. This juncture reveals the profound capacity of performative mapping to articulate and reshape spatial experiences and identities. Queer theorists, particularly Judith Butler, have been instrumental in this regard. Butler's concept of performativity challenges us to see identity not as a fixed attribute, but as an ongoing, dynamic process, a perspective that deeply influences our understanding of space and mapping. And Diana Grest's work further underscores this dialogue, highlighting the gendered dimensions of architectural representation. Agrest's critiques prompt a necessary re-evaluation of the representational practices in architecture, and she is urging a move towards more inclusive and equitable approaches. And therefore, mapping in its essence is an action, a performative action that has the power to redefine our spatial narratives. It moves beyond the traditional representations of space to engage with the complexities of identity and the lived experiences of those who inhabit these spaces. And through performative mapping, we can begin to imagine and construct urban environments that truly reflect the diversity and dynamism of human life. And again, Butler suggests performance against binary thinking. She argues that dualities and identities are formed according to what people do rather than who they are, and that bodily experiences is the main criterion in this process. That these experiences are performance-based, changing, dynamic things defined in a specific context. And based on these articulation of time and space, we can claim that performative mapping creates different new meaningful relationships as expressed between different parts. And also, Chris Perkins notes that the performance of mapping is a powerful factor that formulates social cohesion or distinctiveness, influences how we live in the world, and creates a sense of place. He also highlights the strong relationship between mapping performance and cultural and bodily practices. To sum up, mapping is considered in the research as a performative, critical, subjective, and open-ended action. And mapping has multiple production and formation processes carefully prepared to expand the living space. And mapping's capacity to engage with space offers a multitude of immersed performances. The mapping adopted here as an action. Mapping triggers and keeps active the thought process as we question our spatial understanding and reproduce spatial concepts, conditions, methods, or events beyond and canonical boundaries. And there are these unknowns, invisibles, others living outside these boundaries. We can argue that mapping gives the potential to explore these unknowables or invisibles. And by that, I mean immigrants, women, the elderly, children, disabled, and the others mainly. So therefore, this research aims to use the potential of mapping to reveal the invisible in space and moves towards the critical area of interdisciplinary application. In the examples I will show in the following slides, I will try to show how performative mapping contributes to mapping invisible. In the 50s and 60s, the situationist theorist Guy Debord embarked on an innovative explanation of Paris through his psychogeographic guides and employing Dadaist practices to produce maps that unveiled the unseen or unappreciated aspects of daily life in the city. Debord's work recording the city's excursions utilized the standard Paris map as a base, but diverged significantly in intent and outcome. His cognitive mapping style aimed to reveal the leaks from everyday life and capturing the transient, often overlooked experiences of urban existence. This perspective on mapping highlights the performative act of moving through the city, of writing its story through the physical act of walking, even when we cannot fully read or understand the complex narratives we are creating. It underscores the contingent, transient nature of spatial experience and challenges us to think of mapping as an active, embodied engagement with space. It is a process that goes beyond a mere documentation of space to become an active engagement with it, where the mapper, much like a performer, shapes the narrative of the city through their actions. And another example is Daniel Brand's Seven Ballets. This work unfolds as a testament to the nomadic, temporary, and ever-changing essence of urban life. These performances challenge the static, dominant narratives of the city, introducing a passion that disrupts and reimagines our conventional understanding of urban spaces. Brand's work exemplifies the power of performative mapping to articulate the fluid experiences of city dwellers, presenting the city itself as a canvas for transient performative acts. And these examples underscore the essence of mapping as a series of actions that unlock reproducible and transformative spatial possibilities. Unlike predictable mappings that merely document space, performative mapping engages with the unpredictability of social interactions, the multiplicity of urbanization processes, and the openness of spatial formations. It invites us on a journey into the uncertain and unknown, encouraging us to see urban spaces not as fixed entities, but as dynamic stages for performance and engagement. And as we delve into the performative nature of mapping, we are reminded that the city is a theater of every day, where each action, each performance contributes to the ongoing narrative of urban life. Through performative mapping, we not only document the city's changing face, but also actively participate in its continual shaping. And also, as we dive deeper into performative nature of mapping, I would like to share some vivid examples from my experience. The School of Unknowables workshop is one of them. It is conducted within the 4th Istanbul Design Biennial and led by Aslan Şener, Aylin Vartanyan, and Susan Dune. This workshop ventured beyond traditional architectural boundaries into the realm of the unknowable, engaging participants in the layered narratives of the city through exploration and spontaneous performances. And this workshop was an activity where participants collaboratively drew maps, seated around a table, expanding and connecting lines initiated by others. This wasn't merely map creation, it was a performative act of weaving together a collective memory of urban exploration. Each line represented a shared experience, crafting a collective representation that embodied our journey through the city's public spaces. And this collaborative mapping exemplified the workshop's essence, transforming urban spaces into stages for performance and engagement and inviting us to see the unseen. It underscored the workshop's goal to challenge conventional urban narratives and demonstrate the transformative power of collective imagination in redefining our understanding of urban environments. The School of Unknowables illustrated that performative mapping goes beyond documenting space. It is an active shared process of discovery, and it highlighted the importance of collaborative imagination in envisioning a dynamic, inclusive urban future, making every city journey a narrative of collective exploration. Another example, my last one, will be a digital one, a digital data-driven mapping presented study analyzing COVID-19's impact in Ankara using Twitter data. Me and my group friends employed our programming and rhizomatic mapping to evaluate tweets by topic and mood and highlighting changes in social behaviors and perceptions during the pandemic. The project features a detailed mapping that synthesizes these insights, visually representing the interconnections and thematic prevalence across Ankara's districts, thereby mapping the pandemic's diverse effects on social and political landscapes. So in my last verse, in essence, performative mapping invites us to reimagine the act of mapping not as a fixed, unidirectional process, but as a dynamic, collaborative journey. It celebrates the uniqueness and situational character of each exploration, offering an open-ended canvas for the expression of spatial diversity. This approach underscores the inherent challenge in architectural design to allow the unique essence of mapping to shine through, adapting the originality of each project's conditions. And performative mapping emerges as a variable, collective, listening, narrating, and sometimes ambiguous act of place performance. It pushes us to consider ourselves not just as creators, but as participants within the mapping narrative, experiencing and interacting with space from myriad perspectives. This perspective opens up avenues for the production of alternative architectures, where mapping acts as a conduit for discovering the invisible, the overlooked or unseen aspects of our environments. As I conclude, this research embraces performative mapping as a journey that not only reveals the multi-layered stories of our spaces, but also transforms us, the mappers, offering new insights and understanding of the world around us. In doing so, we can unlock the potential to envision and craft spaces that resonate with the rich tapestry of human experience, fostering a more inclusive, vibrant urban future. And thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much. But we don't go away because if there will be questions. Session. So our next presentation is last one in the first part.
This me now?
Yes. Yes. Now it's your turn. Yes.
Oh, it's nice. Okay, so I am not Mariana Castro. I am Doris Polakov, the last one here. So I will be student. My colleague here. Mariana came to something with the pandemic, exactly when the pandemic started, but find out what we're doing during the pandemic because they had to stay home, they couldn't leave. So I said, all right, well, let's try to do something without having to go to calls. Actually, annoying. So it was an interesting moment to start her graduate research. So that we decided to investigate, first of all, how we should analyze this, what kind of method. So this paper is only method, I believe, not actually. Also, research did on the. So the idea of this paper is to find out how to investigate best to get at people's values, and not necessarily to do this sort of typical design method analysis phase, where you would want to find out what the needs of people are. No, we wanted to know what the value and the emotions of people are with the changes that during COVID. So we wanted to support the design process in possible further future pandemics. We hope they don't appear, but they appear. So should, as architects, be prepared to know what we should think about in future housing changes and housing. So that was the main sort of idea of what you wanted. But here we are now looking for methods to analyze that we would have design parameters coming from this repertoire of housing analysis and thinking about COVID pandemic kinds of adaptations that happened and which of these adaptations actually were valued by people now that the pandemic sort of seems to have gone away, right? The next one, please. So we identified here maybe the best method to do this with, to establish criteria to select methods also to use. So we wanted to value the users, what they prioritize, and we wanted to find a housing design analysis method which had something to do with pandemic. So this was the thing. We looked first at what kind of methods exist in the literature, and we found two of them, which we use quite a bit. I use it with my students to learn how to do design analysis, the balanced scorecard method and the comparative floor plan analysis. And then she looked all the literature. She did a systematic literature review and found this channel model. And so we compared these three methods, but we compared them, let me go to the next one, by looking at very sort of established architectural design analysis principles and criteria and methods, I would say, because you can transform these very important books by Baker and by Unwin on the next slide that have principles of architecture. They have elements for analysis available to us. Baker is more theoretical, and Unwin is, let's say, more has sort of more direct design attributes in his analysis method. So when we looked at these two books, we found that some of their elements have really something to do with what happened during COVID. We also did a literature research already of what came up during COVID, what architects were doing and changing buildings and whatnot to try to adapt to this new way of living. And a lot of stuff came out really fast in the first year, even in 2020. We were writing about all this. A lot of papers came out. We then found out that, for instance, in relation to Ireland, the residential unit layout was very important. And the dimensions were very important because of isolation and distancing and so on. And the relation of the building to its surrounding, because people couldn't really do anything but maybe go to parks and open areas. So that was also part of it. Can we just go back quickly to Baker? That is that one, yeah. So as you can see, Baker is much more sort of philosophical, theoretical. But when you look at what he says is important in housing, you see, and for COVID, nature, people were looking for something green. They were actually buying lots of plants and putting them into their houses. The meaning of space really became really important. And how to define your space, how to program your space, both became important, and use. You wanted to be able to look out. So these two authors really gave us some indication of what you should be looking for in your design analysis. Well, now we can go some more. So what we then looked at these three methods, which one of these would give us more information, would give us more attributes for design. And we found out that this Keynote model actually was the best method for our purpose because it was open. It wasn't closed to a pre-fixed number of attributes, which the other two methods, the comparative floor plan analysis and the balanced scorecard, they have fixed already issues that you could put in, but the Keynote method, you could actually be open about what you were going to investigate. So we thought it was a richer way of doing the analysis that we were looking for, because we were probably looking for something new, because the pandemic was something unheard of before, right? So he chose the Keynote model to start structure actual research. So the Keynote method, I had never heard of this thing. I must admit, this is probably a failure of me being a professor, but anyway, that's how you do research. You do it for your students who find new things. So the Keynote method has actually two levels. The first Keynote method was that you had to look for 5 different levels of satisfaction, of emotional satisfaction of attributes. And then came the second level Keynote method, which has 8. These are then divided into 8. But anyway, so she then studied this method to find out how it works. And let's go to the next slide. So it's a complicated model method, but when you finally do one or two examples of a pretest, you sort of get it. First of all, it doesn't go, as I said already, looking for requirements, but it goes for the emotional response to people satisfaction. And you will always look for, if you have the thing or if you don't have the thing, how do you respond? Because the model doesn't come from architecture, it comes from product development. So you ask the guys who have the product or who don't have the product, what their emotional needs are in terms of getting the product better. So you always have this opposition thing. And then from the response to these two questions, if you have it or you don't have it, you make, according to this table, you decide on which level of these things underneath here the person responds. So there is already an evaluation. During the evaluation, that's kind of complicated in the Karo method, but it comes out quite neatly that you can transform qualitative items into more quantitative evaluation, and then you can make priorities. You can make the decision on the priorities in a more logical way, and you sort of almost like put a cost on things in a way that you determine the value of priorities of users. Okay. So this is, she used the refined Kano method, which has these 8 levels of decisions on the emotions of how people react to certain values in their housing design. And she came up with the next one, please. Came up with this, the next one you can do already. This is just a representation of how Mr. Carlo explained his method. That's the first one, and then the second one. So it's all about satisfaction and dissatisfaction, always the opposite, and fulfillment and highly attractive fulfillment on the other side. And according to this, big always is double decision of against and favor, and then you decide for each item that you're checking where you're standing in terms of the response of the user. So this particular paper here was written already about COVID. It's a Chinese example, and they first made a long list of things that should be present for living with a pandemic. This was done by professionals. This was not done by the users. And this was then thrown at the users in a questionnaire where they had to decide, if I have this kind of an aspect in my house, yes or no, and you respond to it if it's attractive to you or not attractive to you. And then you use a statistical method to find out if this is a priority or not to these particular users. And they came up with this whole list that the first 8 ones were actually very prioritized by these Chinese users about this apartment block, which were told to them. They were given 2 choices of apartments which had it and didn't have it, and they chose this one, and they chose these 8 first priority items, but they did choose 2 items down here, which actually, according to these authors, are extremely important during a pandemic, and they argued about why this was about, and they said that this method still has to be somewhat improved so that we don't miss out on something maybe essential for a situation like a pandemic. Okay? So what was, of course, important is the work and study at home that people really put priority on, right? Technology, they all wanted now better internet and whatnot, right? We always wanted that, and we still do. Natural light and ventilation, I said, the ventilation part was actually interesting that people weren't all that concerned about. Maybe because in China, everybody was wearing masks anyway, so they knew they were protecting themselves. I don't know what the reason for this was. To change the entrance transition space was extremely important at the beginning of COVID, where you would throw out all the contaminated clothes and whatnot, and you would wash your oranges before you would even touch them, and so on. And that you wanted a multifunctional room because you had to do everything at home. You had to play with your kids and do your gymnastics and so on and so forth, which was before done in different spaces, in schools or in the parks and so on. Okay, next. Outdoor spaces, they needed right there in their own homes. They wanted more increased residential space so that they could be able to do isolation. And they wanted to have less density in their neighborhood, which is, of course, very difficult. You can't move buildings around. Artificial light became more important, privacy became more important. So what my student is going to do, she's going to investigate this, which is a Brazilian housing program, which has been around for about 10 years, and we've built already some over 5 million homes through this program, and it's called My House, My Life. Brazilians are great about names, about programs. Anyway, she's going to investigate this, how much these people changed during the pandemic, and whether they've already forgotten about all this and have redone things already again. And one of these things are priority and are still valued, and she's going to apply the cutoff method. So we want to analyze this particular housing project through this new model, through this method, and create an analysis process. I think it's important that we learn how to do design evaluation better, and I think this actually will contribute theoretically to design methods. And also, of course, we want to contribute to future social housing designs and the refurbishment of housing that exists to maybe and hopefully not, but prepare for eventual other pandemic. So that's the whole idea.
Okay, this is the last presentation in the first part. Social development, and now with all the bubbles and changes, we have a very short amount of time for questions. So if you have a question, please address to who this question is meant, and then you will receive the answer. So we do this quickly. So go. Questions. Yes.
Okay, let me start. I will have a couple questions to Daniel.
Not couple. Okay, people, be short.
Super short. Yes, because I have seen some photos in the Facebook, and I was really happy to see some plans because I think they're gem, really fantastically even done. So questions about what would better ask in the kind of shape right now with the foundation. Because by the photo, I'm just maybe curious, does it go a little bit down by the time or everything is fine? And do you have any kind of ideas with the roof? Would you love to implement with the second story, additional windows? And is it possible or not?
Yes, thank you. The most interesting thing is with this old buildings that to renovate, talk with a lot of people and just take your time. And we bought it last summer, and what we did since far, we talked with a lot of it's nice that the ice actually is next to Kuldiga, so I talked as well with Yanya about these things. And answering the first question, yes, the house, and that's why I was really happy to see this, to get this plan and the stage, because I can see there was entrance was 2 steps above the ground, and now the street level. So, but the thing why we bought the house was the foundation and the roof was in condition that can hold like this for even more. Like now for 10 years being empty, it could stand, I think, even 10 years more. So that was my first thing, not to buy a house which is already falling down. So, and yes, for the foundation, what we discussed, we will open them up and put high ventilation, and then we will see. But yeah, I don't know currently what's with the foundation, but there is no ground for floors. They are dead. About the roof, yeah, we discussed with Jan as well. So it's pretty interesting, this clay English so she said that we could take it off at all of them and wash them because it's needed, but then we will lose 30%. And there are, in the image you could see that there is those two roof openings, but they are probably some Soviet time made additions. So she said suggested a very easy version: climb up and watch the roof by yourself, and if needed, repair them one by one. But because the actual they're pretty good in shape. And another thing, yeah, so we are discussing that we will take away those fake windows, and we will probably, and she suggested, well, that even better would install the sort of modern roof sky. And it's nice for these old buildings that are really cool. Kuldiga has the books that you can, for free, you can find them and really see how to do it. And they have one book is about Kuldiga city, but another book is really for people who can be how to repair, how to modernize it, and what could be even the detailed drawing. This is right now, but I don't know what we can talk next how it develops. I don't know.
I'll be waiting for more pictures on your Facebook.
We are putting it, yeah, slowly. Yeah, we have ideas, but.
Okay, any other questions? Yes.
First of all, I like the session. There was a nice variety of issues being talked about. I liked very much the talk. I think that's a big problem, how we treat architects in the workforce, especially by students when they get their first job. I always feel very sorry for them. We really don't treat young architects well all over the world, not only in Turkey. I like that a lot. I also like the maps, because mapping is a way of presenting information. And I was sort of missing one guy that I like very much, who is Edward Tupty. I don't know if you know him. He really knows how to transform information. Illustration. He uses a lot of idea of map theory. So I think there's some really very, very intelligent maps around which teach us a lot of really explain things in visual architecture. And I must say, this girl here is courageous, because buying an old house like that, you will find a lot of things still coming up in the future which you didn't expect. And I was wondering in Europe, especially because of all sorts of regulations on old heritage property, that you can't touch this and you can't touch that. So really very difficult to be an owner of a heritage building. So all these sort of romantic ideas of us, right? That we're going to buy an old house and make it just wonderful and beautiful and preserve heritage. It's courageous, but it's also, I think, a little bit naive very often. Because consuming legal restrictions. I think the architects a bit more aware of all these kind of hurdles and problems we are getting ourselves into. So it's not just a romantic dream, right? Thank you very much for all your contributions.
So any other questions? I have a question. Anything else? There was a message that I also can ask questions, and I have a question for Wilson mentioned. Yeah. I love that you precisely went to the planning. Because you started with beautiful things, and mansions are beautiful, and everybody when they think about management, they think about something beautiful. And plans are sometimes left out. My question is regarding Latvia. Our history is quite tough, and for Willis, the 20th century was also very tough. And 2 years that in our history is quite tough for Willis is 1905 with the revolution, and the second data, in my opinion, is 1920 with Agrara reform, in which I do not recall the name. But basically, yes, my question is, do these dates changes land significantly? These two when villas are taken away from the owners or totally ruined, our lands changed a lot.
I will be able to correctly answer this question after the analysis, because right now I'm just collecting the information, but I have read multiple historical books about Latvia, and I actually, well, this will be speculation, my answer to you, because it needs to be confirmed, but I actually believe that some of them are truly changed, because there was real hate about the manners at that time. There was even movement to destroy them, destroy the name itself. So I do believe that some are changed, and I do believe that some perhaps are preserved. But I will be able to answer to that question in analysis itself, because there is no one real answer. Not all plans are changed, and not all plans are do not change. So I need to make analysis to answer the question. I do believe that some are changed, some are completely changed, and some are completely destroyed, demolished, not even existing. And some perhaps are even preserved. But it's a very hard question. Sorry.
I can maybe add, there should be kind of statistic maybe, as Cynthia already mentioned, a lot of mentions we have, and definitely some of them were burned during the first revolution, and some of them were definitely ruined, some of them were divided, as Zana showed up, the houses, as they were divided for the people who were coming from the countryside to the cities, and not from the cities, but these kolkhozs were oriented. And that could be really interesting to see the statistic in the graph.
But a lot of also got the function, because not all that destroyed. Some was like cultural centers and so on, and they changed in those years. You mentioned, yes, the function changed in those years. So basically, I do believe that these manners that at that time were
changed in its function had not really changed in their floor plans because, you know, they have very static floor plans. Load-bearing walls could not be changed. So basically, you'll see.
Thank you. Okay, so you have programmed you into a coffee break.
Like 10 minutes, let's go grab a coffee and then come back for
Да, я приехал на прошлой неделе в Латвию. Я до этого был на Мальте. Какие дни? Take the seat, you're free. No problem. Давай идем. Я просто
Carlos. Hello. As I understand, you will be presenting your screen, right?
Sorry, I don't listen well.
Hi. As I understand, you will be sharing your own screen, right?
Yes, I will share my PowerPoint on the screen with you. Yes, I'm blind. I don't see nothing at all, and so my PowerPoint have a recording in each slide, and my assistant will pass, and it will communicate. It's okay.
We haven't started, but we are on a coffee break, so when we start, the moderator will inform.
1 second, yes, I will say some introductory words.
I think he don't hear you.
Here? Why? No. Okay. Oh, technical word. So, let's continue with the second panel, which is architectural experience and perception. So we will have 5 presentations, each 15 minutes, and then let's please think of some questions afterwards. And we will have a short discussion, and then we will exchange our thoughts, ideas, and so please, yes, you can.
Who is starting? It's the online presentation. Yes. Your lead.
We are a group of 3 researchers from Portugal and Belgium, currently investigating the user's experience of shaded spaces, aiming health promotion, mitigation and adaptation to climate change. In this communication we present a study, integrated in our research multisensory ledger. Current architecture production rarely considers use in the absence of sight, resulting in poor sensory spaces for blind or partially sighted people to experience, as stated in Devliger and Freund 2006 and Vermeersch 2013. Moreover, if spaces are designed without integration of non-visual sensory modalities, people who are sighted and people with low vision may have difficulties and risk of injuries due to the lack of visual attention, as stated in Pereira 2013. This research focuses on the design of sun shelters to adapt urban beaches to climate change. Specifically, bathers during midday hours may complement the beach experience with a temporary stay in a semi-open shaded space to avoid excessive exposure to ultraviolet radiation, as stated in Pereira et al. 2022. In this context, it is pertinent to question what materials and uses beyond sight may motivate the usage of urban beach sun shelters. To capture the complexity of the reality under study, we used qualitative research, as stated in Denzin and Lincoln 2005 and Flick 2009. We interviewed blind persons, exploring their experiences and creative ideas to design sun shelters. We carried out 32 interviews with participants aged between 16 and 70, from 16 countries including the majority of continents. Concerning data analysis, we used coding to select relevant parts of the interviews, specifically to find similarities and differences in experiences and perceptions, as stated in Dirks de Castellet et al. 2012 and Flick 2009. The analysis allowed identifying different uses. Several interviewees referred to a recreational space with open-air amusements, a playground with slide and sand, an environment with table games, a space with a hi-fi, a swimming pool, specifically a natural one, a space to dance, an environment with cinema and theater. Also, several interviewees referred to a shaded area with seats to rest, or where it is possible to lay down, a space to read or listen to music. Moreover, a few suggested a health and well-being area with massage and aromatherapy. Furthermore, several participants mentioned a shaded area for sports, specifically for gymnastics, and an area for playing ball. Some interviewees desired a covered space for meals. Others mentioned drinks, specifically with an atmosphere of live music. A few participants identified a covered walkway connected with the beach. Moreover, a few interviewees mentioned the possibility of a cultural space with the inclusion of sculptures to experience and to learn. Furthermore, the results allowed identifying different materials. Several participants referred to stone as an interesting material to use in sun shelters, specifically for the floor, with a smooth finish, but not slippery. For the walls, a natural erosion finishing was preferred, and for the seats, a smooth finish. Some interviewees preferred the floor of sun shelters to have sand, in continuity with the beach environment. By contrast, Some participants identified concrete as a possible finishing material. A few of them noted its durability in environments exposed to water. Also, some of them mentioned an advantage in a smooth concrete finish for the floor. Moreover, some participants mentioned that a wooden floor is adequate for a sun shelter. One of them noted that with bare feet he likes the temperature of the wood, and another mentioned that the wood needed to be carefully finished to avoid skin injuries. Some interviewees referred to the acoustic quality of a wooden space. One of them mentioned that she likes the sound of walking on wood, whilst another noted that a wooden ceiling has better acoustics for hearing people speak. Moreover, one participant mentioned that he likes the smell of wood. Some interviewees referred to the adequacy of wooden furniture. A few of them identified its temperature as a quality. Others referred to the advantage of its durability. By contrast, one participant preferred tables in another more durable material. A few interviewees preferred bamboo, specifically for walls and for floors, to be more connected with nature. Moreover, some participants identified wicker furniture as interesting. By contrast, an interviewee mentioned its disadvantage, which related to its durability. A few participants mentioned cork as a possibility for sun shelters. One of them referred to its temperature as a quality, and another mentioned that its flexibility may mitigate risks related to falls. Furniture in natural leather is a possibility for one interviewee. A few participants identified canvas as an adequate material for seats. Also, a few interviewees referred to metal as an interesting material to use in sun shelters. One of them noted that aluminium is durable, lightweight and easy to clean. By contrast, a few participants identified problems related with metallic materials. Specifically, one of them noted its durability in aquatic environments. Another mentioned the possible presence of sharp edges in contact with bare skin. Furthermore, another stated that metal is further from pure nature. Moreover, a few interviewees preferred synthetic materials for the floor, specifically rubber, due to its qualities of flexibility. Some participants identified plastic as an interesting material for the furniture of sun shelters, because it is lightweight, easy to stack and durable in water. Moreover, one interviewee noted the advantage of easy cleaning. By contrast, plastic is not an adequate material for sun shelters according to some participants, due to its dullness and audibility when walking upon it and poor resistance in furniture. Furthermore, it can cause environmental issues. Finally, a few interviewees referred to the idea of building sun shelters with local materials. This research explores spatial knowledge through the experience of blindness. As stated in Devliger and Froy in 2006, this impaired condition may question the visual dominance in architecture, aiming to work in a multisensory direction. Pereira et al., 2022, explored motivating uses for sun shelter users in urban beaches, interviewing bathers during riskier periods of higher ultraviolet radiation exposure. The participants' sample included only sighted users in contrast with the current research. However, the uses identified by blind people are all included in the mentioned study. In short, the results identify preferences for natural materials in continuity with the beach environment. The findings provide unexplored knowledge surrounding the multisensory qualities of materials useful to mitigate visual biases in the design of sun shelters. Furthermore, they may contribute to the social inclusion of people with and without sight, and to health prevention in crowded spaces of urban beaches. We are grateful to the Foundation for Science and Technology's support through funding from the Research Unit C2. Also, we acknowledge all people and institutions involved in this study.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So please keep yourself available for the last part, and we will have a discussion.
Sale, se riesci mercoledì che viene parata,
Yes.
You know, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. What's up? Every every and no, and information being and so like I implement by the next one. Wow. Point. Interact. Yes. Great. Focus. We don't have yes. Yes. And I got covered. Discovered as covered better.
Yeah. Person. Also, a lot of virus logistics is not anymore organized. Not all parts of research. Today, ocean in the environment. It's ordinary. Nothing. That's the purpose. And it games are familiar to cancer. Yes. We can argue that it's actually very important. Contribute thinking, values, and engaging things towards work and the mission is also make lives. Market and design environment. Excellent design feel joy. Architecture is one of the most versatile exciting elements. Portion, lights, shadows, layout, interactive. All world famous architects play the difference somehow. For open design theories, label architecture.
And we will stop there, but I want to say one short thing. Astra, thank you. As my professor, my mentor, and my dear friend, I am indebted to Astra in my professional work as architect and educator. Thank you. LDS.
Thank you. If I could ask Betty not to disconnect because we'll have a short discussion afterwards as well.
I will not disconnect, but I will mute.
Next we'll hear Dixon Abdouaguier, who will talk about a pedagogical experiment of teaching architecture through the use of film, performance, and storytelling in an African context.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity for me to share my teaching practice at the University of Johannesburg Graduate School of Architecture. My name is Dixon Abdouaguier. So today I'll be talking about a paper called Spectres of the Frame, a pedagogical experiment of teaching architecture through the use of film, performance, and storytelling in an African context. The relationship between architecture and various forms of artistic expression has become an intriguing avenue for exploring an ever-evolving landscape of the architectural discourse. This paper discusses experimental teaching practice and learning strategies of Unit 20 at the University of Johannesburg Graduate School of Architecture. It elaborates on the unit's broader theme of architecture's relationship with film, performance, and storytelling. In Unit 20, we seek inspiration from rich tapestry of oral narrative, cultures, film, and which is often overlooked in the discourse of architecture on the continent. Further, the paper will discuss our teaching methodologies in design studio, how we use multidisciplinary approach and collaboration to encourage our students to explore diverse architectural research themes, representation, and design processes. In the studio, we urge students to look beyond the current canon and draw from oral narrative, cultures, and film. And so the paper will discuss some of the outcomes of our students, and we'll analyze some of the challenges and successes of the studio. So to start with the experiment, and the unit, what makes the unit's approach of teaching critical importance to the transformative pedagogy teaching at the GSA, which is the Graduate School of Architecture, is how we interpret and reimagine the meaning of a brief, which in this paper I term as the frame, and how these briefs or the frame help us to derive architecture. The paper argues that an interdisciplinary approach to architectural briefs can teach students to expand on their understanding of space beyond the architectural canon and to be more aware of social and cultural issues in their context. Using film, the self, and storytelling as a teaching tool, we can challenge the students to draw their design inspirations from their lived experiences, oral narratives, as well as films. So the frame. To initiate the teaching experiment, we started the year by exploring architecture through different stages. One is the self, and then we move on to the group work, and then to the cityscape. So the explorations were made through 3 briefs, one as the selfie studio, the second one as an anthology, and the third one we call What If. So the selfie studio, the aim of the selfie studio was to construct the ideal self, to capture the narrative of the self, to control or maintain, or to develop the self. The objectives of the brief was to construct what your ideal self is, or how do you present yourself? What do you want to control or explore as we move on through the year? So I'm going to play this video. It's going to be quick. So the selfie studio allowed the students to describe their interests and how they see themselves through drawings, text, and film. Storytelling through architecture is where the personal narrative and the experiences are woven into architecture to create a narrative that transcends the physical space. Architecture becomes a storytelling medium that connects the people to history of design, environment, its purpose, and essence. This project that you are watching now depicts death as a gateway to a journey of going home to the land of one's ancestor. The idea of the war denotes to the meaning of internal conflict between oneself. I'm going to move on to the next slide just because of time. The studio, this brief, the selfie studio, resulted in a more meaningful, user empathetic architectural designs. It created awareness of a cultural sensitive awareness and also assisted us as a teaching team to understand the students and where they are coming from. In our exploration of this brief in an architecture studio, we realized that it allows students to be bold in sharing their belief system. However, after critical review of the selfie studio, we believe that it would have been great to link the exploration to a spatial dialogue. The next brief, termed as anthology, was about the idea of collaboration as a design tool, play as an alternative tool, perspectives as a means of understanding the other. Drawing from Dan Graham's theater, cinema, and power, the studio's next exploration delved into what it means if theatrical settings can create the self-contained narrative, and could that be expanded through play to immerse the spectator in a visual, cohesive, and controlled narrative and perspective. This frame, the brief, explores how we can derive architecture through theater as a tool. It asks the students to draw from their selfie studio. So here the students are grouped and they bring their different narrative to create one narrative, and this narrative is explored through play. The presentation of this singular story were to express through architectural drawings and models. And these are some of the explorations of the students' work. As they investigated the self through an interactive media, the narratives were controlled by the audience, where the audience became the play's protagonist and effectively chose their fate. The architecture as set played a significant role in containing the framing and the stories that were being told. In this project, we believe that the project aided the students to develop a great sense of collaboration in the studio. It engaged with each other's story and each other's beliefs. The last brief, What If? Professor Wendy Everett from the University of Bath put forward the concept of what-if narrative, which was cited by Abdul Ghani in 2022, referring to the notion of connectivity and chance as a primary device for storytelling. What happens simultaneously become much powerful and significant than a pre-planned action. This next pedagogical experiment explored the notion of what if in two ways. Firstly, through 2 days workshop, a what if, the architecture of spontaneity with Tahir Abdul Ghani from New Giza University in Egypt. The brief engaged students to explore the intertwined physical and non-physical narrative of the urban space, reimagining the city of Johannesburg through filmmaking without preparing a script or pre-deciding the sequence of the photographs. Each student was tasked to create 3 to 5 minutes film using any theme. In the film Love Josie, which explored the theme of romance, the camera was intentionally maintains a steady gaze, focusing downwards to emphasize the sense of entanglement. The deliberate cinematography connects with the theme of romance, portraying the city from a distance or through an external perspective, amplifying a profound yearning for intimate connection. The second part of the experiment, what if? The narrative was about developing an architectural theme for a design project. Students were asked to analyze films with multiple storylines and map these stories on an urban space to abstract material construct. The students were asked to pick 3 films with different genre from a list, and based on the chosen films, Johannesburg as a prompt site and their own interests, we ask, what if Johannesburg was to be reimagined based on these films? Unlike traditional briefs, unlike traditional briefs with predetermined architectural themes, this brief set out to challenge students to develop a theme for their major design project from a non-architectural discipline. With this method aimed to stimulate students' creativity by asking them to draw inspiration from diverse sources. It promoted more dynamic and innovative approach to architectural design. This exercise prompted several students to come up with exciting themes. An example of one of the themes that might have never been discussed was ornament is prime. What if romance is the primary role of architecture? The student explored this notion of love by further questioning why specific architectural aesthetics lack appeal. Why do some kind of architecture inspire people and others fade from notice? He stated that design warrants notice, and if all we value is inherent function, then what is the purpose of color or beauty? In conclusion, the experiment gained from stepping out of the existing architectural frame allow us to engage more deeply with students, understand who they are, their culture formation, and allow them to explore what resonates with them. This presented a pedagogical shift from traditional architectural studios that wrote briefs with preconceived outcomes, processes, and output for students to demonstrate their competency in conventional architectural production. The interdisciplinary approach to design, teaching, and research by Unit 20 encouraged our students and staff to develop an appreciation for expansive evolution of the architectural profession. But this experiment has left us with a lot of questions. We question the self now in relation to the city. We question what if the cities have hidden narratives? And what if we speculate the futures of the city based on the hidden narrative? What will be the cultural and social implications? And what is the role of storytelling in the teaching and formation of architecture? The studio continues to answer this question through the experiment of using form and architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dixon. And next we'll have Roberto Castillo, about buildings as teacher.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Roberto Castillo, teaching in the American University of Sharjah in the
apple is here the representative, bird or the sound apple is representative, and the mind which comes, the image which comes to your minds, it's different, everyone. It's the interpreter, and the real apple somewhere, the object. You can think like that. And then every of these three elements is divided into three again, according to their relations to the representative and the object and to the interpreter. When we do all of these things according to the rules of pragmatist logic, there are only 10 relations left to explain a semiotic relation. So we have this at the end, and here we can see also here's this explanation of why we have only 10 signs. And in this 10 signs, the first dichotomy is about quasi-sign, sin sign, legi-sign. Is like I said, the first one is the only signs which does not refer to anything else. It's something like an emotion of a color. It's not the color we see optically, but the emotion of it, red, like a redness. So sin sign is a singular sign which we can see optically, and legi-sign is something connected to a rule. But everything in the first dichotomy is not existing. They are logical signs. But the part in the second dichotomy are real things. And these are icons, index, and symbols, you know, mostly, I suppose. And I will talk about icons. And these icons are again quite big. And these are quasi-signs, iconic sin signs, and iconic legi signs. And can call them also as hypo icons, or we can call them also image, diagram, and metaphor. There are three icons. Yes. Okay. And then we can connect these icons to architectural drawing. Somehow, if we look to a plan, first we see a blackness. This is the first qualifying. Then we understand it's a black circle. Then we understand these black circles are connected to each other in a rule. Then we understand that it's a part of a plan, and then we say, okay, this is a column. So I just try to unfold the quick semiotic understanding of each of us. Deleuze and Guattari say something else. They follow Peirce's distinction, but they somehow criticize it. And here, in conclusion, we can say that in Sarkis' works, we can follow the fingerprints and try to criticize and investigate the nature of architectural representation. Here we see another work of his, which is related to the of Casamila by Gaudi. Thank you so much.
The last one?
Close it. Oh, close it. Close it. Right.
And then for everyone.
Yeah, the only thing I want to avoid is for in like things.
Yes. Yeah, just like.
No.
Not for me, yeah.
Good afternoon.
The last few decades, the main discussions in the field of architecture was obviously centered around green design and sustainability and climate warming. And most of the architects and like academia, the research was focusing how to lower the carbon footprint, how to make more sustainable built environments, and maximize the performance of the buildings in terms of green design. So we are thinking about the heat loss, we are thinking about the heat gain and the life cycle of the buildings, and trying to use local and recycled materials. And we are trying to do these things, and rightly so, as we know, buildings in the architecture produces a very considerable amount of the carbon footprint human beings are producing. So it's one of the most important skills in terms of fight against global warming. But our hunt for technical perfection in terms of green design and sustainability brought us to a decent place, I would say so. It is now part of, let's say, the new DNA of the new generation of architects, and we have of architects here who pay very close attention to those aspects. But what I would like to talk about is the other aspects of green design, which is not directly connected to technicality, or let's say to the structural aspects of a building. So if you remember, with all of these reviews, we had the obvious structure, aesthetics, and the function, right? Meters, Venus plus. And so how can we integrate the green design principles or the mentality, different mentality in the age of climate crisis, not only from a technical perspective, dealing with the building as a machine, but into the aesthetics and into the functional arrangements of building. So obviously, the question has been asked a long time ago, and it is the reason we are coming across, we have been coming across very frequently to the concept of biophilia in the last 5-6 years especially. So actually, if we make a search of how many times the concept have been used in academic articles, we see a curve going up and down. So there's a growing attention to the concept of biophilia in the last 5-6 years, especially after 2014 and 15. So the biophilia, obviously, combination of two words, bio meaning nature, and philia, Greek, love of nature. It's first used by the German-American Jewish social psychologist Erich Fromm in 1960s and 70s. In some countries, Erich Fromm is a textbook, even in primary schools. So some really love him. Some others can find him slightly banal. And but I'm on the first group. And he was using this concept of biophilia. He invented the concept as a love towards all living things, that we should be opening up our minds and hearts to everything on earth. And talking about it in the 1960s is quite, let's say avant-garde, because it's before our environmental sensibility has become a common thing in our society. In the 1960s and 70s, the exact definition from one of these texts in 1972. And then in 1980s and also 1990s, Edward Wilson, who is also a famous biologist and activist and author, he wrote this book called the Biophilia Hypothesis. So he took this concept from Erich Fromm and gave it another meaning, taking the scientific research from evolutionary biology and from neuroscience, was back then a growing field, and today obviously, but one of the fields that is increasingly becoming more and more popular and influential for other disciplines, especially for architecture. So according to his hypothesis, human beings, they have an innate tendency to feel good when engaged with nature. When we are in nature, we seem to feel better. And he explains this through the evolution, because human beings, back then living in savanna, in the African continent, let's say, we have been living either under the trees or inside caves, not enclosed cells like we are living today. So for hundreds of thousands of years, as a human being, or human beings used to see sky above them, sea in front of them, and open fields 24 hours a day. So it is feeling good and safe inside nature, or when you are when you come across natural elements, is part of our biology and our neurology. So it's part of our DNA and how our body, how our senses, how our brain are working. And obviously after that, it was a hypothesis, and this is more or less an accepted neuroscientific fact today. There are so many studies that support this. And obviously this is like very general, because what do we understand when we say nature, right? So it's okay, sky, sunset, sunrise, trees, greenery, but where is the limit? But in general, so all life-like processes makes us physically and mentally more healthy and better. So and until 2008, more or less, this was biology hypothesis. And after 2008, designers and architects, they took this concept and adapted it to architecture and design, and trying to use this human-nature connection coming from the evolutionary processes and integrate it into designs. And so today we have a quite popular concept now, the biophilic design or biophilic architecture. So I'm going to quickly explain 3 aspects of it. There are many analytical explanations what biophilic architecture can be, but I think this is a good summary. And also other approaches somehow fit to that. So the third one is you incorporate nature into the buildings, into your design. Second one, you inspire from nature. And third one is nature interaction, which I'm finding most interesting aspect. It is that you are using certain aspects about human biology and sciences and mechanisms of perception and use them as tactics in design. Most easiest and simple ones, I will just explain very quickly. So the nature incorporation is more straightforward one. And the writers, researchers who are working on biophilic architecture, they don't define it as a new movement in architecture, thinking like the constructivism or minimalism, but they prefer to call the strategy goes back in history. So as you can see, some of these examples are from the 20th century. So it's basically you can have all these natural elements as central concepts in a design, from plants to daylight, from landscape to animals. The second part, so this is a very recent and super popular design by Moshe Safdie, architects in Singapore. The second way of using biophilic design strategy is inspiring by nature. I think this is the most controversial one because, for example, if you use natural patterns and geometries in buildings to connect the inhabitant to nature in a very indirect way, so one can argue this is not a real connection. For example, Le Corbusier was using the spirals quite a lot, and he himself was inspired by the seashell form. But how much can we connect Le Corbusier building nature? Right? He was the one who was also defining architecture as a machine for living. But still, so biomimicry is obviously a central idea in this under this umbrella concept, but not biomimicry only, not only patterns. We can also learn from nature and try to repeat them in structure. There are many wonderful examples of this. Obviously, here I just the famous aquatic center, Beijing. Yeah, for example, this is also another very popular example, Santiago Calatrava, inspired by skeletons and birds, right? So this is Lower Manhattan, the new space station. But as I said, it's a bit controversial. So, and the nature interaction, this is where you use biological, neurological knowledge, new research ideas as tactics in your design. So one of them is one of the famous ones, the prospect and refuge. It's also a separate theory in evolutionary biology. It basically says that human beings, they feel mentally better and safe when they are in a space like your back is covered and you have an open field in front of you. Because you feel safe, no danger can come from your behind, and you see everything what's going on in front of you. It's like our ancestors living in a cave and having an open field and see if there's something to hunt or a danger is coming or not. So this is one of the tactics that we can use. Another one is, let's say, complexity and order. Yesterday we were talking about these concepts with you, right? So one of the theories of evolutionary psychology or neuroaesthetics is that we like certain things because of our DNA, because of our body, because of the mechanisms how we sense things, see, hear, touch. So, for example, human eye has more than 100 million photoreceptors, which means every second we send to brain hundreds of millions of information about color. Imagine this is a very, very high resolution scene we are having. But impossible to process all the information, right? So what the brain doing is it looks for patterns, not that so that it doesn't need to analyze every single thing. It looks for patterns, it looks for order. So when we see order, let's say on a facade of a building, tend to like it because of how human brain works and how we see biologically. So it is general theory, and you can use those theories in your design and aesthetics. And well, the historical example I'm choosing here. So this is a good example of prospect and refuge. But as I said, these are all open to discussions because obviously Frank Lloyd Wright never used those concepts. So it's a question if we can talk about this design from that angle. I mean, it's a bit historical, but the biophilic design strategies embrace this attitude. So to sum up, the biophilic design strategies present certain tools to integrate green design principles into architecture in aesthetical and functional ways, in addition to the technical perfection we are trying to achieve. So I think it's incredible. It's an incredible potential. Yet on the other hand, it is, according to my view, it is too broad. Because it can only be, at least at the moment, defined as a very general strategy, but not like a specific toolset. So thank you very much.
So thank you. This is the last presentation of this session. So have you thought of questions? I can then just to sum up while you still thinking. So thank you for all the presentations from Carlos and the team. Tania, very interesting speech about the meta library. Anna, thank you for this playful architecture. I really enjoyed it. And then about introducing us to RIXARCH and artist-architect connection. Very, very interesting. And that with the biophilic design strategies. I think we had a very fruitful and interesting, very diverse topic here. Maybe somebody wants to. Now then I can. Really, and I really wanted to start with Anne, I think, because the one remark that I got after your presentation was that life is being a bit too serious last couple of years, where we are all the political events and what's happening, and I sort of really like this playful architecture topic and play in human life as itself. And then I wanted to ask you, do you have, or what is your aim, where you would apply this specific, flavor architecture method? Have plotting.
Yes, today I start I think it will be
because I think it could be applied for all cities, right? It's like, that's yeah. I think it would be a very great intervention.
Can I add a small aspect, which is the playfulness, especially when you put it against the heaviness of life. Could it end up in decoration only. Because I thought that eventually the importance of the examples were a bit secondary, so to speak.
I think.
Well, we agree on the examples. When we finally end up with mixed up crossovers and nicely painted.
Paint, right?
Yeah, and that's decoration, which is a reduced level.
I would want to use the element in the cultural project, not just one drop of paint on the wall or something. No.
I think it's a very valid point for you for your thesis to be stronger and more architectural should be important. But the answer find them.
I will.
The next question I will ask then Xenia. The topic of your presentation there was meta library, but could you define me? I know what means meta, but you didn't talk about it at all. You talked about the contemporary library, and you talked about what it is for you. You visited several case studies, but meta is something completely different. Meta is not field or art. Is it?
My idea is to create something beyond the usual life. And meta could refer to or all those digital meta universe and so on. So it's something step forward from addition and integration.
And you mentioned libraries were one was empty, one was full of people.
That's just my impression of libraries at the same time in the same city. And one was alive, full of visitors, a lot of actions, and all those elements really evoke some emotion there. The second one, nice, but probably even education process, emotions, feelings will be then also create the attraction point for smaller ones. And promote this reading and education if it's interesting, not foreign and feeling like.
But then there's a discussion whether public, like now you're at the library, the public building a lot of function. Not whether wondering stuff like that. Losing. Other functions will become more important people to visit, or whether
well, it was not clear in this, but the priority will be not the storage of books, but the reading experience. It's course, contemporary library provides a lot of different programs and the functions, but the idea is to provide different things. Just reading from different point, I don't like personally read in a library. I prefer go to the library. I integrate the reading there, for example, it will be a nice place for me to. But I will still be in the library and use it. But just in pleasant.
So I think it's very connected to the lifestyle and us needs. Then maybe well, really changed about it. One for everyone. I think it's very. I'm not going to see the.
I'm going to develop in this year.
Good luck. So maybe the discussion about some more questions.
My question is for you, what do you think about Aldovan Ice playground? One hand. So new participatory communal practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And if the last question from my side will be addressed to you. What I think I really liked your presentation. It was very interesting because you created the system, order, and for me it was very clear. And you finished up with this potential, and I wanted to continue a bit further on what is, for example, students, how your research work now, the system, what you meant, how it helped, or what was your intention, or how this would help?
Well, yeah. So you to it is more simple and practical way. I believe that there are two ways that concept or this whole idea of biophilic design can be helpful. First, it puts human beings in the center, and so when we design, we can of course draw a plan, facade. We are doing that obviously, but for me, one of the most important thing is thinking from the perspective of the inhabitant, right? So, I mean, we design this building, but as architects, let's say, what we are doing in the architectural design studio here, so we should be also thinking about what people will see outside, for example. So putting the perception very centrally. So Adam was also in the some point we were making phenomenology and online tenure. They're also working on perception. How will people feel and the space that we create? That's a question that we should keep in mind during design process. So indirectly, we are puts the perceiver, the observer in the center of the design process. And secondly, so if I mean making a garden in front of your hall, let's say in design, which would be a biophilic design technique, let's say, but it's nothing so difficult, right? So everyone can think about it and actually do it. But how the inside, the interior interacts with the exterior, let's say natural exterior, there architects can be very, I think, creative. Like physical connection, visual connection, levels of transparency between nature and interiors. So how to incorporate them, because like having a plant in a room is super cool, but nobody needs an architect, for this. But we can come up with creative ways of interaction between interior and natural exteriors. The last semester, we more or less worked on this issue, or conducted it here. Victim of last semester's design studio. Actually, we were hoping to have like a booklet of their designs ready for the conference, but fortunately, we will be only able to publish slightly later. But we try to work from these perspectives more or less in our third year class. You can ask us if it was interesting.
Wasn't it?
Yes. But how we can say no? He's still in the conference. If you ask him next year when he graduated, then he will give you an honest answer.
Well, maybe, yeah, please.
Quick question, we came in a little bit late in the middle of the semiotic lecture, which is thinking that now. But you mentioned that there is a first, second, and a third level of phenomenon. And the first level was something no relation. I'm trying to think what in the world might happen.
Something a logical category, as far as I understand. The firstness and the thirdness are not real X, they're not objects. That's correct. But for example, in icons, the first category in the icon is an image. So it has just a similarity about appearance. There's not a trace of it, a physical trace, or not a structural trace or relation, but just an image. So it becomes complex after level.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, can I add something very quick? I mean, it's like a super interesting topic. With this category, I remember reading Umberto was saying architecture before being used communicates. It means in order to take stairs and go to the second floor, first you need to realize that this is the staircase that you can climb up. Without the stairs communicating it to you, its shape, you cannot actually use it, right? So it has these two functions, one communicative function, and then comes symbolic and aesthetic functions. Like this, every categories are somehow not the same, but similar to the
Exactly. In the third category, then we have the traditions, local cultural traditions, or governmental rules. So like hierarchies or behaviors, daily rules.
Yeah, this is social code around the body, so that you can interpret the time.
That is interesting because we often forget that communication by definition implies miscommunication. Yeah. I was thinking of an example. We had Alves Alvaro Cita for a lecture. And well, so he is not the funniest man in the world. He's melancholic as a Portuguese can be. And at a certain moment he left the stage, so we all thought he had some problem. But he returned, and afterwards it turned out a friend of mine was gardening, and he had to smoke. So for 2 minutes he was smoking a cigarette like hell. Then he came back and projected a new image and said in a very low voice, he said, "This is the house for the people." And all the architects understood what happened. So apparently the interior was communicating in a bad way. The use was not as intended by our architects.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's 2 sessions here. So this, be the number 2 back. Have a closing panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Final event of today is a closing panel discussion with the topic blind spots of the interface between architectural design and building industry. That's why we have a special guest here. Moderator of this closing panel will be Dina, you know already her. So now I will invite every and all participants one by one to stage. So we will start with Ole Vik, or one of the keynote speakers, please. So we will continue with Pēteris Ratas, a Riga City chief architect. So the representatives from building industry will be Jakob Zvaigsne, representative from Comforts, chairman of the board, please. And Jānis Ankipāns, a representative from Saint-Gobain Ecofon, please.
Thank you, Zane, for introduction. What a company I'm having here. Give our guests a round of applause once again. I hope you all had a wonderful time, lots of new knowledge, new acquaintances. I hope you had good time also networking and getting to know other people, and thank you organizers for such an amazing event. The closing panel discussion is titled Blind Spots in the Interface Between Architectural Design and Building Industry. And today we have guests exactly from representing the professional field, industry, and we want to ask questions and tie together your experience, your thoughts, from your point of view, and tie together it with academic field and what is happening in the education of the architects. You know, the RISEBA has been about business meets art, right? And yes, I think it's so wonderful that in this case professional field and industry meets academia. And the goal of this concluding conversation is to talk and reveal our views on the discussion's title, Blind Spots. During today's lectures and talks, we have talked about these blind spots in various ways. And we don't want to go this kind of academic road, but talk from your experience. What are your thoughts? Talk openly and freely. Don't be very academic and so. Yes, my first question for each of you would be, do you see any blind spots in communication, cooperation, and possibilities that can be indicated, that you can indicate between different players? Especially, you will be talking, of course, from your perspective. Do you see any blind spots between you and the field you represent and academia and study process? Who wants to start? Ola, you have been teaching. You have been doing both. You have been teaching and you have been also very much involved in the professional practice, and you have vast experience. What can you say about this?
Blind spots between
professional practice and what is happening in the study process?
I think there are lots of blind spots. I think sometimes they appear almost by fluke, by accident, and then it's a question of really getting involved in the blind spot, do something about it. But I'm thinking more about the way we are being educated. I know I might be stepping on some engineers' toes, but I believe that an architect is
divergent thinker, whilst an engineer tends to be a convergent. In other words, the engineer looking for a solution straight away, whilst the architect should be looking at the whole spectrum, you know, the horizon, and look for opportunities, potentials all over the place. So then if you have that attitude, that you are a divergent thinker, then you can see lots of very positive and concrete blind spots. That's my answer.
Okay. I would probably have to start with my own personal experience. And when I have to compare the it's called real world and academia world, and I was back in 1990s in New York, finished my master's degree in GIT, and you know, like with inspired with all this theoretical world at that time with this Bernard Tschumi. We were reading philosophy. There was Peter Eisenman. There was all those kind of things, and there's this moment when you graduate and go to start your first job, and you're completely like this crazy. They don't understand anything, you know. Like that's not an architecture. That's all like commercial. Like just this kind of this gap between these two worlds, but you know, with time you get a little older, and you realize that there is a merit to what's happening outside, and I think that we have to think how do we learn and where the gaps are, and I would say there are quite serious gaps in terms of competency, and also the understanding the building process, why we build. And that's same thing about the engineers. They're not bad people. They're also quite creative to come up with all these strange solutions. Their dreams are a bit different, you know, in different colors and shades of steel and concrete and all kinds of other things. But yes, I do agree with there's this physicality, and there's also this practicality that sometimes is missing in academia. And there's also economic factor, because from the ancient times, why do people put an effort to build the structures and buildings? It's to gain a benefit. Well, in the modern times, is to gain a financial benefit. So if you do something, it needs to actually achieve the purpose you built for, and it quite doesn't matter what color it is. I mean, there's all kinds of purpose. There's a financial purpose, there's a social purpose, and there's also aesthetic purpose, symbolism in architecture. But we often overlook the economic aspect, which drives most of the building development across the world is driven by a profit. And often architects were kind of quite ashamed to say that there's a profit behind that. But if we deny that, we're kind of very cumbersome in that process, because like these kind of decades of experience tell that financial reasons are quite the dominant process, specifically in commercial architecture. And if we are not smart how we deal with it, we are not able to fully be creative, to put the creativity in the right vector or in the right direction. So I think that's, for me, I think it's a bit of a problem. So, sorry for the long story.
So you can say that business is closely connected with architecture, right? Business meets architecture, maybe.
Absolutely, and we should not be ashamed to say that. But it is a tricky point, and specifically my position now as a city architect, there's always this civic need, but then, quite frankly, whatever we see in a city, all the buildings you see, yesterday was the opening of Novera Plaza, it is a financial interest. So the question is how we practice or trade or art or craft. I would say architecture is more of a craft, that in this environment, in these conditions, how we achieve beautiful public spaces, beautiful buildings, working, effective buildings within those conditions. And if we're not mindful of that, we're just simply not appreciated or not respected from the kind of this whole business environment. So we need to be strong and very mindful about these aspects. We should not be kind of that the money is the only goal for it, but we need to be skillful with it. Same thing as physicality, engineering, the structure of the buildings. If they don't stand up, they fall apart. So our ideas have to stand kind of up, and also they have to weather to survive the time and use. And we need to be really strong and skillful about that. And that requires experience, and it's more of like a craft that you develop over time, and sometimes being humble to understand and listen to the other side.
Yes, I have to now give maybe let you to answer. What happens when architecture ideas reach building industry and when you see them on your screens and when you see those projects?
Where to start? This is quite a wide question actually about this blind spots. I think that there's one word which can I can use. It's acknowledge. It's a knowledge how to use. For example, we are coming from the field where we are supporting architecture. We're supporting engineers with our help, with our information, and with our products. So I think it's knowledge. It is knowledge that our employees can offer to engineers, and then engineers can offer their support to architects, so they can fulfill this their projects. And I think this is the thing. The knowledge is the blind spot, but it's like it's the thing that we need to work more, and we are doing this. With our company especially, we are doing this to bring the knowledge to the engineers, to installers, to everybody, so they can bring this knowledge to architects, that they can support them in their projects.
Do you also work directly to architects?
Kind of. We are, but we are friends with them. I can say like that.
That is very nice to hear.
At least.
So, but would you like to be more friendly with them, and maybe to be more in contact with them and more involved with them?
Good question. Good question. I don't think that we need to be that much in like because architects, they are.
Be careful.
Yeah. No. It's not. It's like they need to do their job. And there's our job to do. And our job is to bring the solution to engineers, and engineers can bring the solution for architects, so they can fulfill the project. As I said, it's the same, but we can be friends, and we can show them solutions, but at the end, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yes, I agree that we as an industry should support. This is really important, and this is directly what also we doing in Saint-Gobain and Ecophon. But here, before me, was a lot of talks about architects and engineers. And now I will bring to the picture builders. And so, yes. And I think one thing you cannot teach to the students is how to be the manager between this builder, between the client, because architect is like creator, designer in the beginning, but in the project realization phase, we should become like project supervisors, project leaders, because I have seen a lot of times when the project is realized and there is good functional team on the builder's side. Everything is in order, everything is going according to the time, and I have seen also quite dysfunctional teams. Of course, there is a lot of layers, because one thing is communication, which students can learn only during the practice, because they I think when they come out in the practice, they face totally different reality. It's not something they have learned in the school, and probably it could be learned only by doing, by practicing. But also, I think it is thing they can learn, and quite good cooperation we also see. Builders need sometimes support, and when everything is communicated well, it's working well. And here is like blind spots, what we are talking about. It's like in the car, in the mirrors we have blind spots. I can bet that architect, engineer and builder see the project differently. We look it with eyes, but we understand it with brains. And I think this project is something which brings us, everybody, to the common ground. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anything to add? Probably we also have questions from the audience. If you are ready to ask the questions, just raise your hand, and Zana, you will bring the mic, right?
I started off very carefully talking about divergent and convergent thinking, comparing engineers and architects. But obviously, I got much stronger views than that. So this was just a careful start. First of all, I agree with the city architect. And when you're talking about the importance of money and finance, directing a lot of bidding process these days. I think it's very unfortunate. We experience the same in Norway, wherever else I work. I mean, it's money-driven projects, and we are getting fed up with that. But also what is actually concerning me is the procurement exercise, the way you actually hire architects or engineers or also contractors, in that you have to, if you follow the EU directive, although Norway is not a member of the EU, we will have to stick to it because we're a member of the EEA. If you look at it, like it could be a local municipality, want to build a new school. And then they will have to follow the EU directive, which says that you have to put it, you are asking for three things normally: experience, references, and money. You know, how much will you offer them? And say if you have to, if money counts as 60%, 70%, forget it. There's no point to entering. They're not interested in the quality. It's a money-driven project, and I think that's very unfortunate. So I wish that architectural associations throughout Europe will now put a foot down and saying we are fed up with the procurement, the way it's organized. So that was a bit stronger, was it?
Okay, just so maybe we should not kind of narrow down only on money, but also what I meant, the money is well, there's the two. One is the public procurement. It's the bidding process, tendering process. Well, we live in a competitive world, and some of the architects survive, some of them fade out. You know, that's the kind of James Darwin had a theory about that, and unfortunately that's true. But we have to face the reality, and so we need to be smart how we live in this world. If we are naive, we simply perish. That's quite frankly, that's the fact. We just, and that's one thing, but it's also the other side. When you talk of the this bidding process, often for the city, we have to define what is the criteria for selecting the design service provider, and well, it's basically you get what you pay for, often. So you also have to define the quality criteria quite carefully, performance criteria, and also the tendering process could be done. And there's also the method that you kind of average the price, and all the kind of anomalous prices you just kind of disqualify because they're either too cheap, that means that they probably are not able to do the job, or they're too expensive, it's wasteful. So you kind of narrow down the kind of the reasonable, the price horizon. But the money has another purpose when you go in the commercial world, that that's where the purpose of the building is. Like, it needs to achieve something. You put in that And the experience shows that people who make ultimately the decisions are the ones who have very good calculators, and they're very strategic. Because quite frankly, they're under extreme stress. And when you ever talk to this kind of group of people, I think, sorry, your stress as an architect is nothing compared to the, like a fixed performance fund. Sorry, they just have to make this 6% yield no matter whatever you do, and they're ready to like sell themselves just for that. But we need to be just simply mindful, so our things are like get the benefit. Then you have the space for creativity. You have to, with your skill, you open up your possibilities. And if you look at this famous architectural practices, they are actually quite remarkable how effective are their buildings. That's maybe the other side, we often overlook that. Sorry, that's too much for me.
Yes, I wanted to bring maybe another aspect, continuing the theme about the education. Do you think you as industry representatives, business owners, you as municipality architect, and you as professional architect, practicing architect, do you think you have to also contribute in educating society, like the larger society, wider society, people, and how can you contribute in that?
Well, I think I just got a simple answer to that. Like I mentioned early on today, that when we launched this company book a couple of years ago, then we asked the young members of staff in the office, now, if they can have a discussion amongst themselves. There were 13 of them, all were 35 years or younger, and a discussion about the future for architects and architecture. And there was one unanimous answer. We must be a lot more active. We want to influence society. We want to write articles. We want to take part in meetings. We want to be much more active in the public debate. And I think that's the answer, absolutely.
To be more active. You have to be more active. Peteris or Yanis or others? Yeah.
Yes, of course. 100% agree. We need to educate everybody, and as I said already, the knowledge is the thing that we need to bring to the for example, our employees, who brings it to engineers and brings to end customers, so they can choose where they want to live, because architecture is the thing where we are like living, and we are yeah, agree.
Because sometimes you, as a client, you don't know what to commission, or you don't know what you want, you don't know what you need, you don't kind of follow so much these tendencies, maybe.
You know, not only the client doesn't knows this novelties that are in, for example, in engineering, in plumbing and engineering and sanitary. It's there's this. We need to educate we're doing this special training, for example, for the schools, for the universities, so they know these novelties that can improve their, I don't know, to install the product, to build the houses, to do the job better, to do it faster, to do it cheaper. As we talked, you talked about the costs, about the costs, so you can cut the costs with doing job faster and more sustainable, and yeah.
Yeah, I think we talk about this sustainability quite a lot, and by educating society, we just get people to know what they should want, because also you mentioned that there should be like project specified and specification should be strong, but usually customer doesn't know what should be there. So actually this is, I think, our duty to educate customers so they know. Unfortunately today, even like if new school is built, then school principal should know that he need acoustics, he need in plumbing some things, and so on. And this is a bit a paradox, I would say.
Mm-hmm. We have a question from the audience. Yes?
Yeah, thanks. Jonas, lecturer here. I have a master course. Some of the students were here, or I think are still partly here. And the master course called Interdisciplinary Work and Social Dialogue. Now, as a social planner and a cultural planner, leave the social dialogue to me. That's my work. How do I explain them the interdisciplinary work when I see or hear you have to be friends with each other? But being friends with each other, I mean, I'm not an architect. I can step on all of the pedals, believe me. Nothing to do with this. I'm just teaching them. I'm just educating them. So how can we be friends but interdisciplinary work together, but successfully and productively? Do you have any kind of answer on that? Yeah, okay, Peters, I was sure about you, but no, please go ahead. It's just, it's such a curious thing in me already for as long as I run this course. I'm asking myself that.
Let's take an example. We want to create the building, you know, some tiny little office building, you know, there's a lot of trades that come into that. Well, it needs to be built. There's a builder. The building needs to breathe. There's a mechanical engineer. It needs to be warm. It needs to have a fire resistance. It needs to stand on the ground and don't fall apart. So there's an engineer. So there's quite a big team to put it together. And then there's a question of what's the role of an architect there. As any team, like when you want to lead the team, you need to be considerate about your team members. They have different goals, but you need to find this common goal, this idea that drives them forward. So if, as an architect, you have an ignorant idea that tells that engineer is an idiot, that they just forget him. He doesn't know how to do beautiful buildings. He's just stuck with his columns and that. Well, you come up with quite awkward results, And so that's I think, again, also if you don't have the knowledge of other fields, you don't need to know everything about them. So somebody else is gonna take the lead. Well, often it's the client's project manager takes the lead, say, thank you for the drawings, just sit down tight and we're gonna do the job. So that's the result. But if you're knowledgeable, you have an understanding of what structure means, that you have this kind of certain space of what they can do, and you are able to listen to them, you are able to listen to mechanical engineer, that you can understand that the buildings need to maintain. Like if you go to these two round towers, Zunda towers, you have all these BMU systems sticking up on top. You kind of know that those things have to be there. So if you have a little higher parapet, you can hide them. You don't see them. For me, it's obvious. You have to know that. But well, if you try build a high-rise first time, that's what usually happens. You have these kind of strange things that's sticking out there. But it's okay, you try it first time, then you can fix it. It's fine, it's all fixable. But it's not the end of the world. But I think this knowledge of the broad knowledge, it's very critical. And also you have to be mindful also at the end, the whole money goes into that from this big, this kind of usually this evil guy with this, with this, the top hat, this like in a Monopoly game, that invests and want to get a return. And he is also playing somewhere at the background. So you also have to understand his psychology, Otherwise, he's just simply not inviting you again for the project. And as an architect, you're not getting your job. So it is a bit of a game there.
Somebody else would like to answer this?
Yeah, I just agree. It's not a discussion about friendship. It's about open-mindedness, like Peter said, and communication. Just to understand and speak in the way that everybody understands and understands rightly. So it's, yeah, leadership and management.
I was a bit negative about procurements and how you organize the contract. I can tell you that the most successful jobs we have done is where the client has said, or the contractor, that can we now bring the team together before we actually start designing. You know, very early on, you establish a good relationship between people, a mutual understanding of interdisciplinary questions, and then you get off the ground, you are friends from day one, and you all want to do a good job. And there's no unfortunate competition between them. That is, we had 2 or 3 jobs like that, and they become a great success. And I would say mainly because of that.
Communication was the answer. Are you satisfied with that? Perfect. We had another question from...
I wanted to continue the discussion about the game that is going on at the moment in architecture. And it's especially considering young architects starting a new office. And what I see in the moment, I think in all Europe, is the thing that the requirements to get a project, especially with clients, and the risk management is getting more complicated and more professional. And the requirements for architects to even enter competitions is meanwhile not achievable. Meaning that you have to have certain projects already done with a certain budget, certain requirements of functions, certain requirements of size. And the question for me is, it's pretty easy now from very successful architects to say it's all easy if you just run the system, but how I actually can enter the system when you're young and don't have even the requirements, even you're educated at school.
Mm-hmm. I think it's maybe a question related to the professional field of architecture. What should I do as a young architect, just graduated, having several years of practice?
You should be telling yourself that I have come so far, but I want to learn a lot. I want to experience a lot. I want to go out in the world. In fact, I'm thinking about a specific situation. I was, for a number of years, I was an external examiner at the School of Architecture in Dublin, in Ireland. And it was fascinating. And Ireland did very well, and all of a sudden it was a financial dump. You know, they just had enormous problems. And if you remember, there were buildings half built. There were buildings had to be demolished. You know, there was no money to be found. New bank buildings had to be stopped, etc. Now, what the School of Architecture did at the time, they said that you can do like your master's degree on the topic you normally do, a complex building, whatever, or why don't you take on a taller order? What do we do about these half-built buildings? How about not come off the ground? Can we do something else about it? And I must admit that those students were probably one of the most interested and produced one of the best projects I've ever seen. And so instead of just saying that the world is going down the hill, they said that now we want to kind of become positive. So that is, I think, the learning in my world is that even if you are just qualified as an architect, you want to do something interesting, even if the world is not very in your favor at the moment, like financially, a lot of countries experience that, you should look positively at it. You should see, well, what can I do about it? What do I do? Like even in Dublin, a lot of architects were out of work. What did they do? Well, some of them went to Australia, some went to Canada, and most of them came back again. So look for opportunities. Don't be depressed about the difficult times. So, because right now we are finding in Norway right now that students, qualified graduates, they will get jobs anywhere. They can kind of choose between jobs. Right now, they're having a really hard time to find a job. And I'm trying to encourage those people that look for opportunities. Don't give up. Be positive.
Maybe the same question could be rephrased and asked to industry as well. How do you embrace young professionals coming into the field, young engineers, for instance, if you have more contact with them? Do you invest time in teaching them? How do you welcome them in the professional world?
In these times, they're very welcome in the company.
So you are actually in lack of
yes, of
staff.
course, we are in lack of professionals, and yeah, there's nothing much to add. It's just a lack of professionals. So we are waiting and trying to go to the schools and talk with the schools and show who we are and how they can, what they can do in our company, for example, and how they can improve themselves in our fields, and if they are interested, of course, in this.
Yeah, I think we have quite a lot of specialists who become average age is becoming older and older, and I think, yeah, like acousticians, we have not enough. I think in whole Baltics, engineers, and so on. So, and again, good example from Ireland, but this is, I think, also from psychology, because when we had the crisis in 2008, then actually this mindset changed. We are like, okay, now it's crisis, and normally we do twice less because it's crisis, but in reality we need to do much more just to get something. So it's really true thing.
Quite funny, talking about the island example, I was quite impressed with the attitude. And I asked one of the teachers at the school, why are you so positive? He said that we calibrate and the alternative is to demonstrate, but we decided to calibrate.
But the question for Peter is maybe would be regarding the public administration and municipality, because I noticed that you are also recruiting young specialists. The young people are coming and taking the jobs and those positions also in public institutions, in municipality.
Yes.
City planning office.
Yes, we do have occasional opportunities, and I think one thing that I find a bit of a deficit is the experience in urban design. One thing is, I think maybe that's or a local issue that we have architectural school mostly focuses on a building as a. I mean, there's a talk of the urban scape and streetscape and all that, but actually the experience in urban design, we want to have people who actually have worked on urban design projects. Maybe that's, there's a bit of a challenge to find that the competency here. Because one thing is you talk about that, but actually the skill of, like even for a city, like for Riga now, the critical part is the urban regeneration, because this city is not really, we should not focus on growing as in terms of like expanding, but really regenerating the urban fabric and improving the city core. And that's also a very nuanced approach, how you achieve that. You have this, the public realm that you can operate with, but also how does it interact with the private property that along the street, and how to focus the effort so that those kind of the kind of urban transformation actually is able to take to happen, and the experience is indeed maybe haven't practiced it here yet, but we
do need that.
So we have found very important blind spots.
Yes.
Yes. Dean Dainis had a question.
I just had a couple comments, actually. It may might wind up being I think it's a very interesting discussion, very needed, and it's a bit of a hot potato in one sense. One of the things that's really important that I sometimes bring up with the students is about the architect thinking about a project as a component of risk. We have the investment of the client that is investing in a building. He has a vision. Now, that client is selling the risk of construction to the contractor. The contractor signs a contract, and now the risk of building it is his. The architect, a lot of times, is really happy about signing his first contract, or maybe 5 or 10 years out of school, and he gets a second or third major contract. When he signs that contract, he's also just inherited the risk of design and engineering. And so there's this commercial aspect that all of a sudden you have to deliver a project, meaning that a drawing at the point of the beginning of construction now has left the idea of an excellent, well-detailed design to the next phase of actually execution. And the project becomes and actually enters a completely different role. And that's just an introduction to the fact that about 35 years ago, 40 years ago, there was the traditional project delivery was the client and the contractor and the architect. And because of this problem of delivering projects, because the architect may not have enough experience, a new profession was started in the States called project management, the project management professional, that is actually doing those things that a lot of times are being demanded from the architect, when actually those components that the project manager professional has studied has to do with construction management, risk management, estimating, scheduling, and actually then takes on this role or the agent of the client to actually manage that process, rather than it being required from the architect. Now, why do I say that? I say that because each discipline has its own sphere that it's trying to protect. The architect is trying to protect the discipline of architecture and what that is about. The contractor is trying to protect his interests to make a profit after building the building. The client wants to see his vision executed and get his money back. Now, when we start to not understand or not respect that those are autonomous disciplines, we start expecting things from disciplines that aren't actually competent or capable to do that as well as another discipline may. For example, the project management, we can demand management. And so we shouldn't demand necessarily management from the architect, or the architect to demand the contractor to understand the ideas of what that design is supposed to be. It has to be explained. So I think this friendliness or this interdisciplinary thing is a really important aspect, because then we don't realize how our team is working together to achieve a goal, rather than trying to put expectations on different disciplines that don't actually do that. And I think when Ole mentioned the fact that a team coming together and deciding what those roles are, then there won't be disappointment in those relationships and the vision of the project. And one other thing I wanted to mention is that this idea of academics and the experienced professional, there's this stage for the architect of internship, which can be anywhere from 5 to 10 years to be able to actually competently handle some of these issues. And so what we would expect from a 5-year out-of-school architect versus a 20-year out-of-school architect are completely different things that we can expect. And those kind of things need to be, I believe, understood by all the parties involved. So yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the comment. Yes, internship. Do you have interns in your office? You do, right? If we still have time, Helena, yes, you have a question.
Thank you very much for such a interesting conversation. I have a question to the engineers and constructors. Do you know, one question, do you know what is common good? The notion common good. Can you imagine what it is? Common good.
Common good. Maybe you can.
I don't know such a.
Okay, thank you. It was my question about. So there is an impression between at least landscape architects that maybe architects that engineers and constructors are about feasibility and utility. No? That everything should be strong and feasible, economically feasible, and so on and so on. There are a lot of situations in the city when this feasibility and also this economical stability and also the solution for engineering are clashing this what we as urbanists call common good, sabiedriskais labums. Yeah, the question is, what should you choose in a moment when this economical part clashes with this sabiedriskais labums? So, for example, you know that big example that imagine that city somehow decided to build the Rail Baltic line through Agenskals, and you can earn a lot of money there, huge money, yeah. But you understand that as personal that you that is bad, yeah. What is your decision? Inner decision in your company, how could you act in this situation? Would you take part in this tender?
Would we take part? Yes, of course. But my opinion is that to do more with to do something with the common good is the thing that we need to. The thing that we want to bring is to bring more and more solutions for the end customer or for the common good. So if you want cheaper or you want something more sustainable or you want something more with higher quality or something, so we have all of the possibilities in our product range, for example, and we can supply everything for you. And I think this is the thing that you can choose from whatever you want. And that's only maybe my opinion that you can, yeah.
Yeah, I think that, now I get the question, what is common good? But I think it is not the responsibility of building industry or the companies. And I might have my own view on that, but it's not the company view. Of course, companies, like here is, everybody's saying everybody is about business, and we might take in some decisions which is against our profit. Like now, our company decided not to have any connection to Russia or Belarus. So it's against the economics, I would say, and business. But this is our decision. But normally, I think this is not the question that companies are really deciding. I think this common good should be somehow from, got from the society. If there is some project which is really bad for the city, then people should be against it.
So you leave all the responsibility, you're like Pilatus, you wash your hands and leave all the responsibility to architects, and and the city leaves all the responsibility for inhabitants. So saving the drawing people in the hands of the drawing people themselves. So.
Yeah, but I think one thing to get to the common good is education and knowledge that we need to bring to the people and bring to a customer or citizens.
Yeah, it's not why you think it's architects. It's not architects. It's I think everything involved. Also the city, the municipality. There is like I think it's more.
Yeah, I want to say that. So
blame everything to city.
So municipality knows these kind of products and things that they can use in their projects and they can build it. So it's interesting for everybody.
Well, you touched this topic, the common good, and gave the example of that railway through the Rail Baltica through the Agenskans. Well, there's a number of things that clash together. One is the strategic thing, because when the big decisions are done, it's the competency in decision making, how to do this, those decisions. Second thing, you need to consider the financial capabilities of the city. So sometimes you have to live in a real world. Sorry, you'll just have to count the money. Again, sorry, it's an old theme that I have to put it back, but in my role, we just have to live within this world, and there's a lot of great ideas we have, but we just have to, we just have to face the fact that the budget is whatever it is. And another thing is there's also the scale of the common good. For example, the case of the Rail Baltica going through the Agenskans. Well, actually that thing is now stopped, so don't worry. It's going to be, but I don't think it's going to be better. So just it's because they're cutting money. There's another thing. One is the neighborhood of Agenskans, and actually the neighborhood that actually lives next to the train track. But there's also geopolitics. There's region. The benefit of that project is going to be much wider. So there's a question of benefit of the neighborhood or benefit of the state, and the broader population, benefit of the region, and who wins there's a kind of complicated balance. And there's another thing that Rail Baltica, there's another undertone to that. There's also a push currently from the NATO, that because there's also, the Rail Baltica is also high capacity, the carrier for the military equipment going through Europe in case of, I hope we don't need that, but we need to be always ready for that. And that's another thing. So then you ask a question, what is more important? A group, like neighborhood there, or the regional geopolitical stability? And how do you answer that question? Which common good is more important?
My question, you understood, was provocative.
I know, but
you understood. So
I responded that way too.
What I wanted to say, that common good asks common responsibility. What we as a professional in landscape architecture especially, but also in architecture, we feel constantly not discriminated, but we are always fighting with the engineers and with the, especially with the builders, with the constructors about the quality and about this common good, because the unfortunately today the maximization of profit and feasibility and the only criteria of the project at the end, and if the project is at the end is very qualitative, that because of taking responsibility of everybody. That is what I wanted to say, referring to these two dimensions, the big one and the small one. For me, the answer is in the feeling of locals, and they have to decide what is more important. And is it possible? And that is a question about the identity in the city, belonging, feeling of belonging to the city, which we as professionals have to create and to facilitate. At the same, on the level of the state, we need to make our city in a way that that the city attracts people. I just got in our Riga Centra Atistibus development and used for Toulouse, which is gaining every year 5,000 people, and Riga is losing, I don't know how many people. So how to make the city more livable, and engineers and also the constructors, you have the same amount of responsibility as us. So you need to know the word common good and to think about how to take part in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helena. Maybe to conclude on the positive note, let's speak about planetary good. The sustainability is, of course, a very broad concept, but can you maybe sketch out what you can do for that as an industry? What are your directions you are working towards currently? What is the kind of the hot, maybe, topic in the industry? Also, that's the same question for city and in architecture as well. I know Yanis has an answer.
Yeah, I think today there was a lot of speaking about sustainability, and from producers' perspective or from the industry perspective, first of all, what I wanted to say is that there is no regulations for builders, not for builders, but for producers. And in reality, this is what we were talking about, this common education. In the end, this decision on the products is on owner or building owner or this person, and on architect at the moment. Actually, architects are those who can decide what products they will choose and what is with sustainability. If we talk broader about product sustainability, that nowadays we much more talking about circularity, so about product reuse and recycling. And here one thing is which is quite important, to choose products which are recyclable, because not all products are possible to recycle. Of course, there is some structural goods products which we still will need to use, but there is difference. Yeah, many of materials still go to landfill, and there is no other options at the moment. But companies are working on building recycling schemes, building some reuse schemes, and I think this is something which you can also influence and demand from the building industry and the product suppliers.
My opinion is I think the sustainability in construction needs to come from a governmental side. What it means for example, to do some certification. For example, if you are building a house or building something, then for example, in plumbing or sanitary field, that I'm representing, that you can't use products that are not sustainable, that are, for example, produced in countries that are not, or in factories who are not doing it sustainable with some certification. Yeah, that's how you can, I think, go further to governmental levels. And I know that a lot of people don't like this, that government push something, some new certifications and so on. But I think for the start, I can't see differently, that people they will not change their minds. And even if we educate everybody, I think we need to push a little bit from governmental side, and then it will improve by itself. So, yeah.
I think there's a combination of things. One is exactly as you mentioned, there's a prescriptive approach that code prescribed performance. I think should be the basics. That's I would say that's the minimum has to be raised, and it can be enforced that way. But there's another thing is also the sustainability for decisions. Again, this is, let's say when you have existing building fabric, do you take it down and build a new one, or you reuse the existing built structure or revitalize existing kind of buildings? That's one thing. But then again, it's not a mantra. It not always works. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you have to be a good. Have to have a very competent judgment which way to go. So there's no like a simple answer. Sorry to say that there's no black and white answer. And another thing is also, as an architect, good architecture, well, it performs better. It's more durable. It lives longer. It has a more benefit for the whatever. It doesn't matter. It's gonna take. Any building is going to take some carbon footprint, no matter what. But if that carbon footprint is more meaningful for the society, it's more meaningful for the users, it is, I think it is one big factor of sustainability. So as an architect, do a good job, do a smart design, and I think that's the first step from our professional side for sustainability, then prescriptive. But I think the first thing, be a good designer.
I wish it was that simple. Now, latching on to a couple of comments. One is that use materials that are possible to reuse. I think it's very important. But and also, as the city architect just mentioned, try and consider whether a building has to be demolished or not. Because I think the best, if you like, sustainability decision we can make or clients can make is to keep a building. We demolish far too many. And I'm not talking about, say, if there is a factory that's going to carry on being a factory. Look here, this fantastic room here. This industrial building turned into an academic place. I can think of even factories turning into housing. And there's so many good examples, and this is what I call transformation. We transform from one use to another. And there are so many examples of buildings being demolished, and not just to get rid of them, build a new one, but it took a lot of energy and time to even demolish the building. And then you had to separate the materials, and think of the energy even spent on that. And then I came across a building recently in Norway now where an expert in sustainability said when they demolish this building and they try to do something new, it won't even last its lifetime. I mean, it's so demanding. So I think that the most important sustainable decision we can make, and I wish architects could make the decision, but we have good allies, is to try and transform more buildings.
Thank you very much. I think we have reached a happy ending. To conclude, while business is meeting architecture, I hope that they both will meet human. So that's what I wish. And yeah, let's establish good communication pathways and ways how to communicate all together, right? Thank you very much.
Can I just add one question?
Yes.
That is, I showed the Colletta di Castelbianco, which is a, as you know, a medieval place which was left in ruins, abandoned, but then I got given a new life. And I had inquiry from some of you in the breaks that where can we read more about it? And here I've got little cards. You can pick a card, those who are interested. It tells you more about the village and the surrounds, etc. So here are some old-fashioned cards you can pick.
Yes, you're welcome to have one and explore Colletta di Castelbianco a bit more. Yes, there's a link and super nice photo as well. Thank you very much.
Yes. We will arrange this sort of, yeah.
Do you want me to announce it? Sure. So, another announcement. We do have more booklets about Chivita Institute as well. So if you are interested, you can also have one of them. Have a good evening, have a good weekend. Thank you very much to organizers. And I don't know if Dainis, you want to say the final word. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The correct one. So, yes, thank you all for this amazing day, which was full of so interesting presentations, so much information, and with this good note and with this fantastic discussion, we will now announce that today has come to an end. We wanted to say a special thank you for the supporters. And me with Dainis we prepared a couple of certificates for our wonderful supporters. Part of supporters were here on a stage. So I think the first one, we will go to Saint-Gobain. Yes, Jan Sankepans. Yes, so thank you a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, of course. A couple of supporters are already gone, but we will mention them. One of the supporters were Lumenu Centers. They supported us with a fantastic lighting for exhibition in Latvian National Library. The next one was Easywood, which as well supported us in a lot of other ways as materials. What is this one? This is Orek Latvia. Sorry, this agency more than Orek Latvia. Thank you. So the next ones, magazine Latvijas Arhitektūra. I don't know if somebody is here, not anymore. Thank you them for advertising us. Comforts, yes, Jacobs, where it, yeah, run away, no? No, I don't see Jacobs. Okay, we will, yes. So, and the biggest thanks to our colleagues, partners, Architecti, Igors, Reinis, Andris, at least one of you. Thank you guys for supporting us and being here with us. And the biggest thank you for all the keynotes, for moderators. Dina did, I think, almost half of the job today. And RISEBA University for hosting and helping us with everything what we could ask for.
Just one quick comment. This morning there was a question to Nancy. What did Astra say or leave or identify as Latvian, or what was it that may have sort of been her life story that she had revealed in their relationship? And it came to my mind during a Chivita workshop on the 18th of November. We heard a story from the cafe operator from the Rocci family. Asra Zarina, on the 18th of November, would let a rope down through the window that was in the fireplace down to the cafe, and that he would tie a bottle of wine to this rope, and she would pull it up, and she would do a toast on the 18th of November. So her Latvianness was very in her. She just had to provoke it out of her. So that is our ending note, and we just hope that all of you enjoy this evening. And those of you that have traveled a long way, please get some rest, and we will join you tomorrow. And the program starts at 10. And those that are going to the tour, please join us at the Latvian National Library at 12. Thank you. Have a great evening.